Good morning, friends. Welcome to day 3 of the 17th edition of the Difference Makers Leadership Conference. Today promises to be exciting. Day 1 was outstanding. Day 2 was wow. And day 3 is going to be something different. You don't want to miss it. And if I were you, I will pick up my phone and send an SMS to or a WhatsApp or a message to somebody that I care about and say to the person, transformation is about to take place and I don't want you to miss it. I really want to be part of it. Today we have a lot of things, a lot of events, a lot of speakers lined up, carefully chosen to be a blessing to you. We have UKAK, the group MD of FBN Holdings. We have Fela Durotoye. We have a masterclass. We have a panel of discussants who are going to teach you and coach you on how to become outstanding in the marketplace or in your chosen field of career so that you can dominate that field. I mean, today is a day that your mind will be transformed. Your mind will experience a transformation. And I encourage you not to miss it. Call a friend, call your brother, call your sister, call even your foe and tell the person, I have good news for you. Transformation is about to happen and I don't want you to miss it. Before we start this event today, I want us to pray. Just for a brief moment. Let's pray. Father, we thank you for today. We thank you for the miracle of sleeping and waking up. We thank you for the gift of life. We thank you for this program. We are asking that by the ministry of your Holy Spirit, you will move upon our lives and that you will transform the life of each and every one of us. That you will do something new in our lives, just as you've promised. Thank you, Father, for at the end of the day, you receive all the glory. We give you the praise. Thank you, my friends. I look forward to hearing your testimonies at the end of today's meeting. God bless you.
You're beautiful beyond description. Your wonders no man can tell it all. Yeah, you're so beautiful. Yes, you are beautiful, Jesus. You're making everything beautiful, transforming our life and bringing out beauty. Oh yeah. Beautiful beyond description. Your wonders no man can tell it all. Lights no eyes can see. You're the sound no ear can contain. You are so beautiful. You are so wonderful. You're an amazing God. My mother's people say, Imaran Malaysia, Imaran Malaysia, Imaran Malaysia. You are beautiful, Imaran Malaysia, Imaran Malaysia, Imaran Malaysia. You were beautiful. It's a simple song. Lift your hands and let's bless his name. Beautiful beyond description. God of wonders, always doing wonders. Beautiful. Yeah. Your wonders. Like no eyes can see, you are the sound, Lord. You were so beautiful. Hey, you were so beautiful. Hey, you were so beautiful. Let your voice, everybody say, Imara es yo, Imara es yo, Imara es yo. Glory to the beautiful one, always doing beautiful things. Yeah. You make all things beautiful. 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 Let me hear you sing. You make it. You make all things beautiful. Yeah. You make it beautiful. You make all things beautiful. My life, my family, my destiny, my ministry is beautiful. Yeah. Oh. Three parts. You make all things beautiful. Beautiful, yeah. Your love is beautiful. My life is beautiful. See you standing, see me standing. He makes us all beautiful. Yeah. Because if no before you, where I fall dead. Where I fall dead, who I fall be, if no before you, God, oh, where I fall dead, where I fall dead, who I fall be. I'll be the madman on the streets. I will be the beggar, begging sweet. I will done die, buried down 6 feet. No before you. I will be the madman on the street. I will be the beggar, begging sweet. I will done die, buried down 6 feet. If no before you, we're there my side, oh. No before you, we hold me tight. I no before you, oh. We're there by my side, oh. No before you, oh. We hold me tight. Hey! Da 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 da. Hey! Da 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 da. You are Lord. Da 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 da. Yeah. You can sing with me wherever you are. If no before you, if no before you, where I forget, where I forget, who I forget, no before you, where I forget, where I forget, who I forget. Hey! I will be the man on the can't be complete until our flesh is gone. This worship can't be complete until you show you to me. For I behold, I become everything you want me to be. I'll keep looking upon you. I'll keep looking upon you. I'll keep looking upon you till I become everything you want me to be. Till I become everything you want me to be. So I'll keep looking upon you. I'll keep looking upon. I'll keep looking face to face till I become everything you want me to be. Till I become everything you want me to be. As I behold, I become everything you want me to be. As I behold face to face, this how I'll become everything you want me to be. So I'll keep looking upon you. I'll keep looking upon you. I'll keep looking upon you. Till I become everything you want me to be. Till I become everything you want me to know you more. It's my heart's desire. My heart's desire is to know you more. To know you more is my heart's desire. My heart's desire is to know you more. If I have nothing done today, please let me know you a little bit more. And if I have nothing done today, please let me know you just a little bit more. To know you more is my heart's desire. My heart's desire is to know you more. To know you more is my
Arise, O compatriot, Nigeria's call obey, to serve our fatherland with love and strength and faith. The labor of our heroes past shall never be in vain. To serve with heart and mind, one nation bound in freedom, peace and unity. O God of creation, direct our noble cause. Guide our leaders right. Help our youth the truth to know. In love and honesty to grow and live in just and truth. Great lofty heights attain to build a nation where peace and justice shall reign.
Good morning. And I'd like to begin by saying how delighted I am to present this keynote address on the occasion of the 17th Difference Makers Leadership Conference. 17 is quite a number, and I would commend the promoter, the founder of the Joshua Leadership Project for being steadfast and being fervent in his dreams. I do understand that I'll be sharing this podium today with great minds, Nigerians of great repute, and I do hope that you will take advantage of this great gathering of men, because our desire really is to build strong men, strong women, and we're united in that fervent belief that this nation can indeed be better than we currently see it. It is, for me, a challenge and is a privilege, and I hope that at the end of this presentation, you will have picked one or two things that will help you on your journey to leadership. Second point to make is that I have prepared a presentation. I just didn't want to speak off the cuff because I wanted every detail of my presentation to sink in. And I do hope that at the end of the 40 minutes which have been allotted, again, you will have benefited from my contributions at this conference. And so I welcome you to the 2020 Difference Makers Conference. Our world has never needed difference makers as it does today. And the facts are obvious. Therefore, your participation today means that you are one of the few that have been prepared and are being prepared on a continuous basis to make a difference in a world whose health systems, even if we have to pick the incidence of the COVID-19 pandemic, to make a difference in this world. You are going to be leading in the search for a new thinking, a fresh beginning, and I hope that you will understand the enormity of the burden being heaped on you today as you go through this conference. We are here just for emphasis under the auspices of the Joshua Leadership Project, and in its core mandate, chose to raise effective godly leadership that serves as a company of change makers in every sphere of our society: businessmen, professionals, and church ministries. And we can all agree that change is most needed when things have gone out of the norm. In more ways than one, therefore, this is a bold effort to create an oasis of sanity, in quotes, amidst the confusion and delusion that prevails in our world today. This is indeed the pivotal moment for the change makers to arise and be counted. I hope you are ready for the challenge ahead. Let me remind us, therefore, of the core values of the Joshua Leadership Project. These are the things that motivated me to say yes when I was invited to speak at this conference as the keynote speaker. The first is excellence in leadership. Second is godly character. And the third is selfless contribution in leadership. A bit of historical context. This project was planted in 2004, and like a mustard seed, it is now an oak tree. Difference Makers, one of the 4 platforms deployed, was specifically created for assessing knowledge and inspiration that prepare participants for relevance and contribution in society. Today, I stand solidly with the founder of the project, my dear brother, Dr. Benjamin Dike, and I want to once again congratulate him on his selfless service to humanity. Why am I excited? My excitement today is born out of the fact that what we face collectively as a global committee, even though it seems unprecedented, also provides an opportunity for us to adapt, arise, and advance the cause of humanity. I am convinced that we have in this audience here in this room, and for those that are listening from wherever you may be, the men and the women that can lead that charge for a better tomorrow. So the theme for this year, once again, transformation, adapt, arise, advance. Setting out. Let me start by examining the key word in our theme, transformation. And I'd like to draw inspiration from the Holy Bible. Romans chapter 12, verse 2 says, "But be transformed by the renewing of your mind." B, a new order, known sequence. The significant problems that we face today cannot be solved at the same level of thinking we were at when we created them. I'm sure we're all very familiar with this quote. By way of reminder, this is Albert Einstein speaking to us. Einstein, as we know, was a Nobel laureate and one of the world's most influential scientists of his time. And he captured every leader's need of the moment in that quote. Let me repeat that quote. The significant problems we face today cannot be solved at the same level of thinking we were at when we created them. Therefore, it will take increased and deeper investment in research to unravel the pathology and the epidemiology of the COVID-19 virus. But in the meantime, since the world must go on, leaders must have to manage their organizations in the face of the current uncertainties. The argument is raging whether cities or countries or states should be thrown open today so that we can return to status quo with the fear of rising cases of infected patients. It is clear, however, that the more economic activities are shuttered, the bigger the consequences will be on the global economy. And the harder it will also be to restart eventually when the dust settles. But clearly, returning to life as we knew it then will lead to even greater rate of infestations and the attendant loss of lives. Leaders are therefore left with the dilemma of choosing between saving lives and saving livelihoods. According to the World Bank, the COVID-19 pandemic has triggered the deepest global recession in decades. While the ultimate outcome is still uncertain, the pandemic will result in contractions across the vast majority of emerging, frontier, and developed markets. Of course, you know Nigeria is in the frontier market. So it will also do lasting damage to labor productivity and global output. The immediate policy priorities are to alleviate the human costs and attenuate the near-term economic losses. But once the crisis abates, it will be necessary to reaffirm a credible commitment to sustainable policies and undertake the reforms necessary to buttress long-term prospects. Let's do a deeper dive on the statistics so that we know what challenges currently face the globe. Speaking of sub-Saharan Africa, economic activity in this region is on course to contract by 2.8% in 2020. And this will be the deepest on record, by the way. Our economy, that is Nigeria, is expected to shrink by as high as 3.2%, again in 2020. And this is on the back of the collapse in oil prices, as we saw in April and May of 2020. South Africa, which is the second biggest economy in Africa, behind Nigeria, is forecast to contract by even a higher factor, 7.1% this year. And you can imagine the ripple effect it will have in that region, even as we contemplate the crisis we face in West Africa. And so, economic activity amongst commodity importing economies is expected to shrink also this year despite the lower oil prices, as international travel restrictions weigh on tourist visits. Industrial commodity exporters' GDP is similarly projected to contract in 2020 as domestic disruptions are compounded by low prices for oil and metals. How do you summarize this position I've painted now? It is the fact that no nation, no territory will be spared of the fallout of the pandemic. And so the world needs a collective response. And whatever we agree today will have global implications. So you must think not as Nigerian leaders. You must think not as Nigerian youth. You must think not as Nigerian entrepreneurs, but as global leaders who have been called to fashion a response to the crisis we face today. So from this prognosis, it is clear that there definitely will not be any easy answers. So where do we go from here? Let's examine the first point, adapt. Again, I want to quote Charles Darwin. It is not the strongest of species that survives, nor the most intelligent that survives. It is the one that is most adaptable to change. So you pick the word adapt. I wanted to pull out that fact. And Charles Darwin obviously couldn't have been wrong when he said, you must adapt. You don't have to be smart. You don't have to be too strong, but you must adapt to changing situations. So the ability to adapt to changes has long been identified to be at the core of our continued existence as human species. And by extension, our society and organizations must adapt, otherwise we will fail. It's a continuous state of change. It is the key survival skill for living in a world characterized by volatility, uncertainty, chaos, and ambiguity, which is what we call VUCA. We live in a super-connected world where changes in one end of the globe almost instantly lead to dramatic consequences at the opposite end of the earth. Ever-improving technological advancements keep the world together as a true global village. The internet, easily accessible via computers and mobile devices, bring us closer to the rest of the world in a twinkle of an eye. Social media have also democratized news. So we no longer need mainstream media, or what you call MSM, to have access to what is going on in any part of the globe. Most news items now break on social media first, where the MSM picks up the lead to create their own news items. When the Great Depression hit American shores in the early 20th century, as a result of the stock market crash of October 1929, sending Wall Street into panic and wiping out millions of investors, it took a while for the shocks to reverberate across the then industrialized world. This was in the early 20th century. But that was because the world was not as connected as it is today. So we are speaking of a world that is even more connected, far beyond what was envisaged in the early 20th century. So we were nowhere close to what we are seeing today. But the economic turmoil, just to contrast it with the events of the early 20th century, the economic turmoil that followed the COVID-19 pandemic was felt instantly for emphasis across the globe. From international airlines and shipping routes, which got shuttered, leading to global logistics and supply chain disruptions, bringing everything to a standstill. Many countries experienced an immediate shortage of general goods, and some resorted to hoarding even basic things as basic as toilet rolls in order to survive. Manufacturers themselves, who had expected inputs from across the world, had to shut down their factories as materials failed to arrive from far-flung places, largely China, which today is nearly 35% of manufacturing hub of the globe. So you can see the concentration of manufacturing and the power of China. And so when the crisis hit China in Wuhan, every nation was impacted. That tells you the interconnectedness of the globe today, contrary to what we had in the early 20th century, where America was isolated and the crisis affected them only. So trading companies, for those that are importers, for those that source inputs from across the globe, were also affected because they ran down their inventory and couldn't replenish, even if they had the cash flow. Of course, we know that banks were also challenged, and banks began to tighten their risk appetite and began to streamline their availment to obligors and to their customers. So it was a shrinking of the space, which is why fresh thinking is important. And so today, what the world is saying is perhaps we need to rethink globalization as a tool for economic development. It was novel in the early 90s, globalization. But now I'm sure we've heard inshoring instead of offshoring. America is saying bring back the factories, bring back the jobs, bring back the factories to America. And Nigeria, as you know, we had to shut down our borders. So the response speaks to the enormity of the crisis we face as the globe. Now, let me give you some information on how this has impacted corporates, so you know that this truly is not something that is far-flung. So we have seen renowned global brands like Hertz Rental, JCPenney stores, Neiman Marcus, etc., declare bankruptcy. These are brands that were in the top 500 global brands across the world. But how come they filed bankruptcy? Indeed, another name that should remind us of the crisis we face is Wirecard, which is a German fintech. And just early June of this year, Wirecard collapsed with creditors owed about 3.5 billion euros. Think about that. 3.5 billion euros owed creditors, but they had to declare bankruptcy. So many companies are surviving just because their governments have given bailouts just to keep the workers still on their beats. Otherwise, it would have been worse than we are painting. Therefore, with all these facts I have given you, seeing that no nation is immune from the crisis, as leaders, we must therefore take lessons on adaptability from these ongoing events. Many activities we used to think were too critical to our existence have been scaled down hugely, and some have been completely cut off in a bid to effectively manage the challenging situation. While some organizations already invested heavily in tools that will allow for business continuity, even from remote locations, others were caught flat-footed as they were not prepared at all for the crisis that hit us. Adaptability, therefore, means having a long-term scenario planning effort to predict the future with an eye for worst-case outcomes. The future of work and work from home, or WFH, work from home, used to be academic concepts only discussed within the confines of university classes and conferences. But that future is suddenly here with us, without notice. And it simply means that this black swan event has consequences that are existential there are companies that will not survive it. There are nations that will not survive it. As you know, Lebanon is bankrupt. This is a July second week news. So I'm not talking 5 years ago. In 2020, July, Lebanon has declared that they are unable to service their obligations. And therefore, the bonds have become junk, useless. And that tells you that proactivity, adaptability, very important. Now, for most of our regular work and our meetings and conferences, we need not be physically co-located to have meaningful engagements. And why not? This conference would have been physical, I'm sure you know. But now, we're all connecting via YouTube, via the other platforms, just to listen to these presentations. That's the power of change. And so with tools like Zoom, Microsoft Teams, WebEx, Google Docs, etc., we have adapted to productive work without leaving the confines of our homes. Being adaptive, therefore, also means having to deal with extreme unknowns. Mark those words, extreme unknowns and dangers which are ahead. And we must be careful to innovate and not to run back into our comfort zones of the past. Most times, I have to warn, what worked in the past may not be enough to survive the new challenges that are emerging. To adapt, therefore, is to build resilience, not just on the long short, or not just on the short term, rather, but by taking a holistic, long-term view of our lives and organizations. To adapt means putting our business models in a permanent changeover mode, ready for activation at an instant. One sure way of building resilience is by conducting analysis that seeks to define and enumerate the ways and the extent to which an external disruptive event like this pandemic may impact negatively our standard operations. Taken together with risk assessment, this impact analysis will go a long way to ensure business continuity. For emphasis, the end goal will always be developing stepwise outline of actions that must be activated periodically to help us weather the storms and survive whatever disruptions that we may encounter. Let's speed up to the next point, which is arise. You must have noticed that I have a penchant for going back to the Bible. So I'll start again by looking at the Bible. What does the Bible say about arise? Let's go to Isaiah chapter 60, and I'll read verses 1 to 3. Arise, shine, for your light has come, and the glory of the Lord is risen upon you. For behold, the darkness shall cover the earth, and deep darkness the people, but the Lord will arise over you, and his glory will be seen upon you. Nancy Cohen wrote in her recent piece in the Harvard Business Review, quote, I have studied courageous leaders for 2 decades, and through this work, I know that real leaders are not born. The ability to help others triumph over adversity is not written into their genetic code. They are indeed made. They are forged in crisis, unquote. The world as we know it now is in deep crisis. You only need to flip open your phones or watch the news to be inundated with news flashes of turmoil from across the globe. But this is not the time to throw in the towel. This is not the time either to hand in our tools and bow our heads in despair or give up the fight. No. We are tougher than that. We are bolder than that. This is the time to arise. And like the scripture says, as I quoted, to shine, for your light has come. The glory of the Lord is risen upon you, participants upon you. The glory of the Lord is risen upon you. And you are made for times like this. That is why this call is very important. This is the time to find inspiration, even in the midst of challenges. In the midst of despondency, this is the time to remain focused and to say, yes, we can deliver despite the challenges. This is the time to dig in to your reserves of energy. This is the time to find creative ways to solve the challenges we face today as humanity. It is not the time to sink into that place of resignation. History is replete with leaders who rose to the occasion when distress and disaster struck. When the rest of the world was confused and grief-stricken, they spoke in clarity. It's important you understand this. When the rest of the world was confused and grief-stricken, they spoke in clarity to steady the hearts of feeble ones. So from amongst us, there are feeble ones, but let someone arise and speak to encourage and motivate. That is what we want. And we are building that oasis of sanity, that out of the 200, let 12 arise, let 10 arise, let 1 arise. You don't need a multitude to lead. And as we say, if you must lead the orchestra, you must back the crowd. You must back the crowd and lead the orchestra. They want to see you conduct them. How do they want to move? You are the inspiration. You are the leaders that the world is looking up to today, to arise and point the way, point out the direction we should follow. So when darkness seemed to obscure the paths of men, the leaders held out a torch, and lit the way for others to walk through. You may not see the path, but you have a view of the future. You may not know the end state, but begin with the end in mind, that I want to achieve a better society. And if you are prayerful, the Lord will guide you to the right path. But you must be ready to point the torch and let the light shine. Now we move on. Let us consider one profound example just to underscore the point I'm making, that one person can make the difference. Barcelona, Spain, 1999. This was the era of the Spanish flu. I'm sure you're all privy to it. You all understand what it means. The Spanish flu that ravaged Europe at the time, particularly Spain. The world was already clamoring for change. How do we resolve this problem? It was spreading just as the COVID-19 virus was spreading at the time. And the world was wearied by the impacts of the war. And businesses were closing. Gloom filled everywhere. There was almost like nothing to do again. And the last thing on the minds of everybody was starting a business. How do you contemplate starting a business in the midst of Spanish flu that was ravaging the globe? But amidst that uncertainty, a great mind, Isaac Caruso, decided to rise. He was disturbed by the faces of malnourished children, including his own son, Daniel, who often suffered intestinal ailments due to the general poor hygiene of the time. So he began to thinking ideas that can help to ameliorate the situation. Isaac Caruso went into the production of yogurt, convinced of cultured milk's ability to nourish and strengthen children's internal bacterial flora. Naming the product after his son's nickname, Danone, he began to sell Danone yogurt to pharmacies in 1919. Remember, at the peak of the Spanish flu. A simple product, you may say, with a simple aim to improve health, rooted in one of the oldest processes known to man, which is fermentation. The business grew so rapidly in Spain and was successfully expanded across into France. Adapting the product to French tastes, he positioned the yogurt not only as a healthy product, but as that. This runaway success in France was the encouragement he needed to move the product across the Atlantic to the USA, where he continued to innovate with added layers of strawberry jam, flavors, and new tastes to win the American market. This courage to rise in a time of despondency led Danone to grow into one of the top 10 global dairy food companies today, with annual revenues in excess of 25 billion US dollars. Leaders, as we can see from this example, make routine of great problems. Let's look at the third point, which is advance. Again, let's go to the Bible as we take off. And the Lord said to Moses, "Why do you cry to me? Tell the children of Israel to go forward." Exodus 14, verse 15. To advance is to move forward purposefully. Purposefully. Leadership is about taking people forward and further than they would have gone on their own. We are in a period when our leaders prefer to spend more time crying over losses and missteps of previous regimes and administrations. Yet, this can cripple drive and initiative. The Israelites were ready to give up when they encountered the barrier of the Red Sea. They believed it was better to go back to Egypt than to perish in the wilderness. Tired and dejected, they began to cry until God instructed Moses to lead them forward. It is for this purpose that as leaders committed to transformation, we must continue to advance towards the uncharted territories to discover the new worlds out there. As we advance, we discover new things. As we advance, we instill hope and confidence in our team, in our organization, and our society at large. The question to pose at this time is, why is it difficult to generate the right result in organizations? Why is it difficult to generate the right momentum, the desired progress? Why is it difficult? Clearly, the leader that fulfills the criteria for leadership will deliver. So if you have a leader that is sufficiently prepared, that goes through the tutelage and understands what it means to lead, the right results will be generated. And that is what we are talking about here today. How do you get to that level where you can lead and therefore think differently, stepping out of the norm and making a change? That is the challenge we have today. So what are the criteria for leadership? I think it's better to save that answer towards the end of my presentation so that you will not forget. But let me emphasize that change begins at the end of your comfort zone. It is easier to remain in the comfort zone, but that is a deadly place to be. The comfort zone sucks you in, and you don't think that there are levels you can still aspire to because you feel you are comfortable. Whereas God can make you great, make you greater, and make you the greatest. Why do you want to stop at great, where you can be greater, where you can be the greatest? Why do you have to self-limit? That is the challenge we face today, that people get too comfortable in their zone and think there is nothing else to achieve. And those that remain in their comfort zones do not accomplish much. So to make advancements, one must try new things. You must be daring. You must be adventurous with the self-belief that you can accomplish more. You must push yourself to do what needs to be done. Never to be afraid. Never be afraid to give up the good. Go for the great, because in the end, we only regret the chances we did not take. Now, the American continent, I want to go back to that great continent. We all admire the American strength, the resilience. We all admire the character. We all admire the power of America, but it was built by people. And here's the story. What we know as American continent today is great because the European forebears dared to leave the comfort of Europe to advance into the uncharted territory of the then New World. They knew that the liberty and the pursuit of happiness they desired required making an advancement away from the old world. However, advancing will require building new skill sets. Very important. Building new skill sets. So just advancing for the sake of it without really knowing where you want to go will lead to failure and unpleasant consequences. And I think we are in good company if we listen to what Sun Tzu, the great Chinese warrior and philosopher, said. I quote, "Tactics without strategy is the noise before defeat," unquote. In his classic book on human development, 7 Habits of Highly Effective People, Stephen Covey talked about sharpening the saw as habit number 7. Leaders must seek continuous improvement and renewal professionally and personally. Renewal is the principle and the process that empowers us to move on an upward spiral of growth and change, of continuous improvement. It could be taking a very short course in a new knowledge area or going back to school altogether. It could be having a retreat to review the current state and create a new strategic focus going forward. These are the ways to build the courage to make meaningful advancement. Self-improvement, personal improvement. You must make an investment in time, make investment in resources, and commit to move yourself from where you are today, not by the effort of your company, not by the effort of your parents, but you committing to self-improve. That is the hallmark of advancement. So at the speed the world is advancing in the 4th industrial revolution, many skill sets that won in the marketplace before now have become irrelevant. That is the truth. And they have become obsolete. And no leader can make a bold advance with those skills until they are upskilled and retooled. I am aware that we have in this audience undergrads, those that are in the universities. So I'd like to address you. I have confidence that you are at the cusp of these transformations. You have the rare opportunity, just like the generation that left the farms for the new industries of the 19th century. You have the opportunity to design your own paths that will lead you into a greater future. You don't have the privilege of time. You don't have the luxury of time. Time is not waiting for you. This is the time to make the difference. This is the time to launch your own boat. This is the time to get onto the seas and ride the wave. The opportunities are out there, and fortune certainly favors the bold. In closing, because I see I have taken about nearly 40 minutes, let me try and close within the time allotted to me. I leave you with the words of the great master, Jesus Christ. And he said to us in John chapter 16, verse 33, "These things I have spoken to you, that in me you may have peace. In this world you will have tribulation, but be of good cheer. I have overcome the world." That is the assurance we have. But I made a promise I was going to give you the criteria for leadership, so this is the time. And I want to give the criteria. Over the years, scholars have tried to improve and build on the 4 C's of leadership. Today, I have 10 to share with you. And I'm hoping that in your quiet moment, you can think out 2 other C's. So we have a dozen C's of leadership. The first is character. Onto character, add competence. Onto competence, add credibility. And to that, add capacity, to which you must add courage and consistency and compassion and creativity. And then you also must add collaborative mindset. And finally, communication with sincerity. Let me repeat. Character, competence, credibility, capacity, courage, consistency, compassion, creativity, collaborative or collegial mindset, and communication with sincerity. So finally, my friends, be reminded that everything that is happening today was foretold. We have been given the charge to arise and lead with the confidence of an overcomer. And on that note, I once again welcome you to the 2020 conference and wish all of us very engaging and fruitful conversations. Thank you very much.
So, today, no, no, no. But you too are okay. You're not okay. Can you hear me? Thank you, Father. Yeah, I'm going on live.
Let me watch live.
Please go live.
Well, a very good morning to everyone. My name is Fela Durotoye, and I am grateful for the opportunity to be here with you this morning. And, I'm sure that you have been having an amazing time the last 3 days of this conference. And I would like to very quickly say a very, very special thank you to my brother from another mother, Dr. Ben Dike, and the leadership team of the Joshua Leadership Project. I salute you, I honor you for your visionary effort in raising leaders for this generation. I really, really, can only say that 17 years is no joke. Within one more year, and then the Joshua Leadership Project will be able to vote, because you'll be 18 years old. So, 17 is really an amazing thing, considering that in the Sub-Saharan Sub-Saharan region, most ideas that literally are birthed will not see the light of day in 5 years, let alone 10 years. The statistics show us that out of 5 businesses that are started, within 5 years, 4 of those businesses are going to die. And I can be aware that I'm sure this time and season that is even challenging for everybody, the statistics are probably going to be shocking. But most importantly, I want to acknowledge all the speakers who have gone ahead of me and who have added so much value to your learning and to your understanding and to your capacity to be able to lead, to be able to adapt, to be able to arise, to be able to advance in this time and season. So I salute all the great speakers, particularly, I guess, the speaker that was just before me, Mr. UK Eke, a great leader in the financial institutions or in the financial services space, and really just want to say thank you to every one of you. Well, I would like to start by really talking about something that is very core to my heart, leadership, because I think that when you try to understand what the essence of man was, the only way you can look at it, the essence of anything or the purpose of a thing, is for you to go to the manufacturer of that thing. And when you look at the fact that man was manufactured by God, because the Bible says, that when God wanted to make the birds, he spoke to the skies. When he wanted to make the fish, he spoke to the waters. When he wanted to make the plants and the animals, he spoke to the ground, to the earth, to the soil. And he said, let there be, let there be, let there be. But when he wanted to make man, he spoke to himself. And the most important thing is to understand that in a way, we are at the core of who we are. The source of who we are is God. It is God, and therefore, if you want to know what your purpose is in life, you cannot get your purpose until you go and find out, who you are and why you are. When the purpose of a thing is unknown, Dr. Miles Monroe said, abuse is inevitable. Why? Why are you the person that you are? Why were you born for such a time as this? Why are you here? Wherever it is in the world that you're watching from today, why are you here, and why are you here now? And so to be able to get the purpose of a thing, you need to go and check with the manufacturer. And I think it was best described in the first book of God's manual to man. And I call the scriptures God's manual. It's a life manual for me. And that basically said, when God spoke to himself, says, let us make man and let them have dominion. And so you realize that the purpose of man was first and foremost to have dominion. Dominion. And when you think about the word dominion, there are many kinds of adjectives you can use, whether it's rule over, whether it is to lord over, whether it is to but I think the one that I like the most is to lead. To lead. And when you talk about leadership, I think that, it's ingrained in the heart of God, because especially when Christ came, he says, listen, no. Don't come and rule the way the Gentiles, the people who confused rulership. Because man was given rulership over a few things: the birds of the air, the fish of the sea, the cattle, the creeping things, and the land. But nowhere in the dominion mandate was man given the rulership over man. Man was never meant to rule over man. Man was meant to lead man. And so we have to understand that at the core of our soul, at the core of our being, we were created to be leaders. That's who we are. It's not who you want to be, it's who you are. And when God spoke to man, he was talking about the agenda of leadership. He wasn't speaking about gender. Male and female were gender, but man was agenda. And so the agenda of man on earth is to lead. Which means if we do not understand the meaning of leadership, we are likely to waste our time. And since our life is time and time is life, when you waste your time, you're committing suicide. When you waste someone else's time, you're committing murder. So, what does it mean to lead? And I'm very grateful that, of all the different dimensions and definitions of leadership, many of which I'm sure over the last 17 years, including this year, that you have heard on the Joshua Leadership Project, there are multitudes of definitions. In fact, by 2006, there were 12,500 definitions of leadership alone. And between 2006 and 2012, another 12,500 books have been written on leadership, each one of them having a definition. So I decided that rather than try to even first of all define leadership, and I'm sure that in this conference, many definitions have gone forth, let me try and use the opportunity to show leadership. And so I have a little video that I would like the organizers to please help me play, and it gives the best and the most descriptive, accurate definition of leadership in action. And so I hope that it's queued up and can be shown to me, but I would just wait for a few seconds for that to happen. Okay, thank you, IEO. Please go ahead and show it.
सर आपके लिए उस पार कार का इंतजाम किया है सर आइए सर चल चल
I hate this country.
चलो तो हिंदुस्तान चले, तुम चलो तो हिंदुस्तान चले, तुम चलो तो हिंदुस्तान चले, तुम चलो तो हिंदुस्तान चले। लगा हाथ के सूरज सुबह निकाला करे, हथेलियों में भरे धूप और उछाल करे। ओ लगा हाथ के सूरज सुबह निकाला करे, हथेलियों में भरे धूप और उछाल करे। उफक पे पाँव रखो और चलो पकड़ के चलो, उफक पे पाँव रखो और चलो पकड़ के चलो, फलक पकड़ के उठो और हवा पकड़ के चलो, फलक पकड़ के उठो और हवा पकड़ के चलो। तुम चलो तो हिंदुस्तान चले, तुम चलो तो हिंदुस्तान चले, हिंदुस्तान चले।
Thank you very much for that. And, I'm sure that many of you enjoyed that video as much as I have. I think that that's one of the videos I have used the most to demonstrate the whole concept of leadership. I mean, no doubt about it, it's a completely different way of seeing leadership, because I think most of the world has always thought of leadership and leaders are the people who have power, who have authority, who have positions, who are appointed, who are elected. And one of the things that you would notice in that video was that, there was a problem. There was a crisis. It wasn't a man-made crisis. In a way, it was an act of God on everyone. It disrupted everything. It disrupted the flow of traffic. I'm sure that there must have been many disappointments. People would have missed their meetings. People would have missed picking up their children from school, whatever it was. There was a disruption. And it turned out that whilst everyone, especially the adults, the ones who knew, the people who had capacity, the ones who would have thought were old enough, whilst they were there sitting down, many of them complaining. I'm not sure whether you could hear, but there was a lady in the bus who said, I hate this country. And she was hating a country for a tree that had blocked her path. And that tree, she was refusing to move the tree, but hating the country for refusing to do anything about the tree that was blocking her way. And then all of a sudden, this young boy emerges who literally doesn't have a car, is not old enough, not strong enough, not supposedly all the not enoughs. And this young boy is walking past the tree to get to the other side and continue on his way. Nobody would have blamed him if he didn't do anything about the tree. But this boy looks at that tree and something in him says to him, you and I cannot be in the same place. If this problem cannot exist at the same time and season that I am, I would either leave or you must leave. And something in that boy must have started to say, listen, greater is he that is in me than you, this tree that is in the world. And so before you know it, the boy decided to take an initiative to solve the problem that he didn't cause. He didn't blame anybody. He didn't complain. He didn't criticize. He just said, let's contribute and solve this problem. And that is one of the first most important things that we would notice about leadership. Because no doubt all of us agreed that that boy was the leader. And one thing that we realized was rather than complain, rather than cry, rather than criticize, he contributed. But to contribute, he had to believe in himself. He had to believe that he had the capacity to be able to use what he had, which were his simple hands, to be able to do what he wanted, which is to get the tree out of the way. That boy must have seen that tree out of the way, and until that tree left, he wasn't going to leave it alone. And that speaks to you in volumes about the power of leadership. That boy was not appointed, therefore leaders are not in need of an appointment. He wasn't elected. You don't need to be elected to be a leader. He wasn't, leadership has nothing to do with age. Leadership has absolutely nothing to do with a position of authority. He didn't have a position. He probably didn't have any money. And so leadership never focuses on what you don't have. Leadership is the mentality that seeks to use what you have to create a desirable change. And once you notice that he started to commit himself to that tree, to solving it, soon other people saw his commitment, not his effort, but his commitment, and they joined with him, and they began to push that tree until together everyone solved the problem. But that boy did what great leaders do. Because action speaks louder than words. He inspired literally a generation of people to commit to solving a problem until they could create a desirable situation for everyone. I'm going to say that again, because I think it's very important that you hear that. That young leader inspired everyone to commit together to solving a problem that was affecting everyone. And many times that is what is called change. In a sense, leaders are people who know how to galvanize people to create desired change. I want you to please remember that. Leaders are the people who have the ability to bring people together, to focus their attention, to get their commitment, to be able to create a desired change. Much of the time, the change is not just for the leader, it's for the people. And therefore, you realize that most leaders are not driven by self. They are not driven by ambition. They are driven by a vision of making things better for others and for all. And so whenever leaders show up, things get better, places get better, but most importantly, people get better. I want you to note these three things, because I'm going to be challenging you with a few really grave questions. Whenever leaders show up, write it down if you can. Whenever leaders show up, things get better, places get better, people get better. And I reserved people for the last, even though it was truly the first. Because what leaders know how to do more than anything else is they know how to bring out the best in themselves and in others. Please write that down. Leaders know how to bring out the best in themselves and others. And so what you see with that boy was that he literally committed himself to solving a problem, and in his commitment, he kind of like brought out the best of himself. But then there were other people who also had what it took to add to solving that problem, but they were not doing it. They were running away from the rain. But when they saw him, he inspired in them the capacity to bring out the best in themselves. And so leaders create change. Now, there are two kinds of change that you can see. Where there's one which is called improvement, where things get better. But there are times, such as the ones that we live in today, where things are not just, incrementally better. They're not just better. They are different. They are different. And I think that just as we saw in that video, we live in times of disruption. We live in a time where it is, some people may have certain conspiracy theories about whether the COVID virus came out of a lab. But one thing we know is that there has been nothing that has affected the world like this except in the last 100 years when we had the Spanish flu. Guys, we are in a time of global disruption. Truth be told, we are in a time of not transition, we're in a time of transformation. When change is incremental, when change is small by small, as we say in our local palace, that is transition. When change is in leaps and bounds, that is transformation. And we are in a transformational era. Who could have believed that we will be working from home today? Who could have believed that you and I will be listening and joining and speaking at a conference without seeing one another? Who could believe that? For the last 16 years, I'm sure Joshua Leadership Project has had to commit millions of naira to organizing this one conference. They would hire big, massive event venues. They would fly in speakers from all over the place. They would have protocol teams that would go and pick them up at the airport and check them into hotels. There would be food and all of a sudden, between last year's Joshua Leadership Conference and this one, there is a complete, not transition, but transformation. And the interesting thing about transformation, and I have the definition from Cambridge, it says transformation is a complete change in appearance or character of something or someone, especially that thing or person that is improved. This is amazing. So transformation always speaks to the fact that there is a complete change in appearance or character of something or someone, but it must be to an improvement. Now, I know that when disruptions like this happen, many times we see all of the downside. We see the fact that, yes, and unfortunately, the health pandemic has stolen lives and robbed many people of their loved ones. And that is a shame. Many people are today in hospital and they're suffering from different kinds of respiratory illnesses. There are some people who have not been able to access hospital because many of the hospitals have now been dedicated to the treatment of people with the virus. There are people who had their medical healthcare systems in other countries. They had doctors in America and doctors in the United Kingdom, and they didn't know that the airwaves were going to be shut down. We've heard of quite a few people who normally would probably have survived whatever it was they were dealing with, but because the airwaves were shut down, they could not fly. Who could believe that it will be possible for you to have a visa, that it will be possible for you to have the money for a ticket and you will not be able to fly? Who could believe that? But that is the kind of disruption that has taken place. And today, there has been economic disruption coming out of that particular disruption because they had to lock down. And because we had to lock down, then, of course, there was the economic disruption, which has completely disrupted businesses, the way that they can run. And so now many people are going through the downsizing. And of course, we're seeing pressure mount in homes as many fathers and mothers and those who are the caregivers in the homes who have not now, their financial base is being strained. And the way that we worship is changed completely. Most people are going online and joining church and having worship from their sitting rooms or their bedrooms. Just last week Sunday, I was ministering in a church in Leeds from my dining table here in Nigeria. The last time I ministered there was 2014. They flew me all the way into the United Kingdom to come and minister to them. And this time around, I was meeting, and I could see the people. Many of them were lying down on their beds as they were listening to me. Some of them were on their sitting rooms. The world has changed. Now, I know that generally, this is what happens, is that a lot of times, because we are not used to things that are changing and transformation, we usually want to hope that we come back to the way things used to be. But ladies and gentlemen, great leaders, please let me inform you, this is the new normal. This is the new normal. The change has come. The old has gone. The new is here to stay. And whilst you may be more comfortable with the old because you have invested more experience in the old, learning how to run the old, you've invested, so much in building infrastructure for the old. Truth be told, things have changed. Things have changed. And until, please hear me, until the world can find not just a vaccine, but a cure to the COVID virus, social distancing is going to be the new normal. And because we cannot then all fit into one space, we are going to have to learn how to use technology to connect with each other. Which means that many offices with their beautiful office and lovely marble and nice leather chairs, many of them are going to be empty. The Google campus, one of the largest office buildings in the United States, is completely empty. Schools are changing. Cambridge University has already declared that the entirety of the next session, which is 2020 to 21 session, is going to be online. They're saying even if the cure was found, even if the epidemic, that we could find some kind of vaccine, they are not bringing the students back to school for the next 1 year. Harvard has already committed to at least the first semester of the next session, all the way from now, online. So let's be clear. The world has changed. And one of the ways you will know when it's a new world and a new order is that, listen to this, the new way of doing things will be better or more effective. It will be cheaper, it will be faster, and it will be more convenient. I want you to remember those four things. These are the hallmarks of an irreversible shift. It will be better and more effective. It will be cheaper. It will be faster, and it will be more convenient. And when that happens, the truth about it is that people are not going to be able to go back to the way things used to be because they have tasted the way things are today, and they now find it easier, they find it cheaper, they find it faster, they find it more effective. I'm sure that this conference is being viewed by more people than have ever joined this conference in the last 17 years. People are all over the world at their convenience, logging on, joining in. So the world is changing. And when the world changes, leaders are needed. Because leaders are, remember where we started from, leaders are the kind of people who know how to galvanize the world and bring desirable change. And sometimes when change happens to the leaders are the ones who must be able to create desirable results from the change that has happened. So I want to quickly speak to a significant kind of change that is happening today that I need you to be abreast of. And please remember, I said there has been a shift from the old to the new. And many times when shifts take place, there is a power shift. There is a relevance shift. And one of the things that you'll find out is that, for instance, human interaction offline has now shifted to human interaction online. And today we are becoming much more comfortable. I remember, for many of the years that I have been as a leadership coach and a management consultant, all my coaching was done human to human. The few clients that I had outside Nigeria, it would be when I traveled abroad that they would have their coaching sessions with me. When I was going to have coaching sessions, I would have the guys, we would lay out the tables, we would meet in a nice restaurant, or sometimes I would go to their office. It was always wrapped in pomp and pageantry until we realized that, we need to talk and we don't have the luxury of being able to move around. And all of a sudden, most of my clients are now wondering, Fela, how come we haven't been doing this before? The hallmark of a shift. Because every time the real shift takes place, people will say, how come we haven't been doing this before? Why didn't we do this before? And so today I'm able to to speak to 2, 3 CEOs in one day. I'm now able to coach CEOs in the United Kingdom and the United States and in Nigeria in one day. I can now connect to meetings in Kenya. Recently, the United Nations Food Program Agency got me to come and speak to all their people. I did it from my house. I didn't have to fly to Kenya. I was supposed to be in Kenya in June, but it's been disrupted. The new normal has come. So how are you going to emerge as a leader in this new normal? I'll tell you 3 things that leaders in this transformational season are having to deal with. This is me speaking to and coaching leaders, I'm talking about people who are leading great institutions, some of them having 2,000, 3,000 staff. And I'm going to tell you 3 things that are common. 3 things that are common to all the CEOs I've been talking to. Number 1 is that they have a need for clarity. Please write that down. There's a need for clarity. Number 2, there is a need to align your team and everybody, to align everything you're doing towards going towards the new vision of what you have in mind. So there's a need for clarity, clarity of purpose, clarity of vision, clarity of identity. But then there is the need to align. So clarity and alignment. But then the third one is the need to execute. So if you are going to be able to adapt and change, not only to this season, but be able to lead the change that we're having this season, if you're going to be able to arise to the occasion like that boy did and step up to the plate and solve the problem and bring about a positive movement and advancement for not just yourself, but your society, your nation, the world, you must be able to solve these 3 problems. Number 1, be clear. Clarity is important for the leaders that will help to do this. Number 2, alignment is important. And number 3, execution is important. So I'm going to speak to those 3 things very quickly, and then I will bring this conversation to a close. Now, listen to me, please. The world, through the power of technology, has become flat. Meaning that gone are the days when you had a market all the way to yourself because you were in a territory. As the world has now moved online, the globe is our space. Truly, that we are now the lights of the world and the salt of the earth. The earth is a level playing field. I can say something and people from all across the world will see me. And what that means is that all of a sudden, my market is no longer restricted to Nigeria. My place of impact is no longer restricted to Nigeria. My point of impact and my point of reference is no longer restricted to Nigeria. When you send something online, you put out a post, you put out, whether it's on Twitter, whether it's on Facebook, whether it's on Instagram, whether it's, link, the world can see you, the world can hear you. You are no longer a local champion if you rise to the occasion. And what does this mean? It also means, on the other hand, that the world can now come and eat your lunch because there is no protection that you had before from the territories and the rumors of, people in Nigeria and people in this, and some people not wanting to come because their security. Now they don't need to come to do business in Nigeria. A pastor friend of mine was saying to me, he said, Fela, look, we've had to do all our services online. And whilst we are now seeing people from all across the world join us, and we have seen the numbers of people logging into our services rise, he said, we've now also seen that there is a significant number of the people who used to come to church who are now, going online on other churches outside Nigeria. So yes, they've gained some and now they're losing some. What am I saying? The world is flat. The world is a flat plane. And what that means is you must be able to define yourself to the world. You must be able to introduce yourself to the world in a way that the world can relate with you. If you're going to be a champion in this time, you must have the following things. There are 5 of them I want to talk to you about very quickly. Number 1, you must be known. And because the world is now online, and the globe is actually now on social media, It means that if I type your name in Google, and for whatever the reason is, Google says, do you mean, then there is a problem. You must be known. You must be known. You as a brand must be known. Number two, you must be known for something. Meaning that when your name shows up, people must be able to attribute your name to something. When I say Coca-Cola, you don't think about a car. When I say Tiger Woods, you probably think about golf, even though you've never seen him before. You've watched him but hadn't met him. But you know him, and you know him for something. If I say Serena Williams, you're going to think of tennis. You know her, and you know her for something. The question is, when I mention your name all across the world, what will people know you for? They must know you, and they must know you for something. Number three, they must know you for something good. In other words, this is not just the time to be famous for being famous. This is not the time for you to be known for nothing good. This is the time when, as a leader, you must be known for something that people want and need. It's number four. So be known for something good, be known for something that people want and need. And number five, be known for something that people are willing to pay for, to enjoy the benefits of what you are known for. You must be known for something that people are willing to pay for, to be able to enjoy the benefits of what you're known for. Now, let me quickly say something. There is a shift, and part of that shift is what I call a deinstitutionalization of organizations and the institutionalization of personalities. I'm going to say that again. There is a deinstitutionalization of organizations and an institutionalization of personalities. What does that mean? Personal brands are becoming stronger than corporate brands. For many organizations today, if you go online and you go on social media, many of those organizations have staff within the organizations that have more followers on Instagram than the organization has. Today, there is a focus on people connecting with people. There was a time when you had to be an investment banker to be able to have the credibility to give advice to people on how to manage their wealth. Today, there are people who have never worked in a bank that are celebrated wealth coaches or wealth management coaches. And the people themselves are honoring them. So remember what I'm trying to say. There is a shift from the power of organizations to power of personalities. And the personal brand is going to be the champion in this new normal. Organizations are going to be paying a greater amount of money for people who have a greater following online, for stronger personal brands. In banking, they're soon going to realize that some of their bankers with the capacity to be able to have communities of hundreds of thousands of people are worth more than somebody else who's just doing his job and has only 20 or 30 followers online. Listen to this. The brand you must emerge at this time. Write it down. The brand you must emerge at this time. And for that brand to emerge, you must be known. You must be known for something. You must be known for something good. You must be known for something people want and need. And you must be known for something people are willing to pay for. Let's begin to wrap this up. There must be clarity of purpose around who you are, what you do. There must be clarity. You must make sure that every time you speak, there is consistency in who you are, because it is repetition that will enhance retention, that will help people to know and remember you. And because the world is not necessarily looking for another of anything, the world is flat. There's so many people doing so many things. You have to be different, and you have to do things differently if you want the world to take note of you. You must have a different perspective to whatever the thing that you're going to do. You must have a different delivery to it. You must have the kind of passion that cannot be ignored when you are delivering what it is that you deliver, which means you must love what you do. Whatever it is that you're going to do, you must love it. And you must be able to play on the global stage so that others can pay you from every currency in the world to be able to enjoy what it is that you give to them. Clarity is important. So I'm asking a few questions. When I type your name in Google, what will show up? If I type your name on YouTube search, what will show up? You must be very intentional about it if you're going to lead in this time and season. Number two, when I mention your name, what do people think about? I mentioned your name today, what comes to the mind of people? Number three, what accomplishments do people remember when your name is mentioned? What have you done in the past that people would remember? Number four, what do people need? What do people want? What problem must they be trying to solve that will cause your name to be mentioned? What will people need that will cause them to mention your name? What do people want that will cause them to mention your name? What problem must they be trying to solve that will cause them to mention your name? And lastly, please remember that your bank account is going to be a reflection of the problems that you're solving. If you don't like what is showing up in your bank account, ask yourself the following question. Whose problem am I solving? What problems am I solving for them? And how complex, how often, how important are those problems to the people that I'm solving them for? I'm going to say that again. Whose problem am I solving? If you are not helping, I use that word, helping anybody now, you are not likely to see any flow of cash towards you, either as a business or as an individual. You must be helping someone. You must be solving a problem. If you're not solving a problem, your bank account will reflect it. Number two, whose problem are you solving? What is the problem you're solving for them? And how complex is that problem? The more complex the problem, the greater the value you would see. The more important the problem is, the more priority it is to the customers, the greater the value that they will pay you for the solution. And then the more frequent the problem is solved, the more often the problem is solved, the more the change into your bank account. So please don't blame COVID for what is in your bank account. Just ask yourself, whose problem am I solving? What problem am I solving for them? And how complex is that problem? How important is that problem? And how often is that problem to the people that I'm solving it for? So there's some problems that you're going to solve that are daily problems. And if you solve problems daily, you would see credits in your account daily, alerts daily. There are some problems that you solve for people once a week, every week. There are others that you solve every month. There are others that are solved every quarter. There are problems that are solved twice a year. There are problems that are solved annually. There are some problems that are solved only once in a lifetime. Once you solve it, hopefully, something like if you make wedding gowns, right? Hopefully the bride will never have to get married again. That's a once in a lifetime problem solved. I went to Tiffany, a Tiffany shop in Paris once. I was trying to get fresh rings for my wife or something like towards a renewal of vows. And then we found out that the engagement ring was almost 100 times more expensive than the wedding band. And I had to ask them, how can an engagement ring be more expensive than the wedding band? They said, well, truth be told, a lot of people solve their wedding band problems once and for all. But sometimes people get engaged multiple times before they get married. He said, so we try to make money off the engagement, not the marriage. In other words, try and see how you can solve problems that are more frequent. So all of these things speak to clarity. Let me just quickly speak to alignment. You've got to bring your team in alignment. You've got to get them to believe in what you believe. You've got to get them to believe in the vision. If you're leading an organization today, you've got to believe. Organizations are looking for believers, true believers, who can see the future with the CEO, who can be able to believe, not somebody they have to drag along. But as a personal brand, you also have got to bring into alignment everything that you communicate. So there are 7 things you must be able to bring in alignment. Number 1, you must be able to bring your posts into alignment. Meaning that every time people see your posts, it will remind them of what you stand for, the message you stand for. So when I go to your Instagram page or your Facebook page, what is written on your bio? Are you going to say God's child? Are you going to say Son of the Most High? Are you going to say I'm cool? Your bio must be the introduction of what you stand for and you want the world to remember you for. Please listen to me. Your Facebook page is now the shop, is your personal shop. That is where the world connects with you. So they must know you for something, starting with your bio. Number 2, they must be able to make sure that all your posts mean the same thing. You must have a core message. And that core message essentially is reinforced with different posts. You can use different stories to talk about the same thing. But when I go on your page and I scroll through your page, what is the message that I get from it? Whether you intend to or not, you must go and fix that if you want to be able to lead in this time. Number 2, you've got to make sure that you are using your platforms to connect with the people that you intend to connect with, especially the people whose problems you hope to solve. So let me say, if you're a professional and you are not on LinkedIn and you're not active on LinkedIn, you are standing on the wrong team. You must know your constituency, the people whose problems you're trying to solve, and you must know where they gather. What platforms do they gather on? And you must be found on those platforms, and you must be active on those platforms, and you must be consistent on those platforms, and you must be consistent in your messaging on those platforms. 3, you must be consistent in your products. Your products must align with your message. Your products must align with what people remember you for. Your products, all your products, it means no matter what it is you're doing, interpret it in the language of the people you want to call you. Interpret it as the solution to their problem. Your projects, whatever project you're involved in, it must be in alignment with the message, the brand you're trying to build. And then, whatever partners you are going to connect with, who you follow on LinkedIn, who you follow on Instagram, who you follow on Facebook, all of these must be in alignment with the core of your message, must be in alignment with the solution that you are offering. It must be in alignment with the problem that you are solving. So you have to bring your message, your team into alignment. Everything you do must be in alignment with what it is that you want people to remember you for. And then the last thing I'm going to talk about is execution. And as I speak about execution, I'm just going to quickly just show you something and then, bring this conversation to a close. Here, I hope you can see this. Here is my first iPhone. This is the first phone that I ever had that was an iPhone from Apple. Okay, now compare this to the current iPhone that Apple is giving. And what I just want you to learn from this is, truth be told, the world is now looking for exceptional excellence, but the world is not waiting for exceptional excellence. If you're going to be a problem solver in this time, you have to be able to act quickly. If you're going to be able to adapt, arise, and advance, you must be able to be agile at the same time. You must move quickly because the world is not waiting. So if you have a great idea, you cannot wait until it is perfected. What I like to say is, thank God that Steve Jobs did not wait for the iPhone 11 Pro Max. He started with what he could. He did the best and he started with that. What does that mean? I want you to write this down. Please prefer progress to perfection. Perfection is the sophisticated spelling or name for procrastination. And in this time and this season, those who lag behind will never lead the change. You can have a great idea, but if you cannot move quickly, it is better for you to start and improve it than to wait to improve it. What perfection says is wait until it is better. What progress says is start and we will make it better along the way. Many of you have great ideas. The new normal has thrown up new problems and new challenges to people. You know something that people are willing to learn. Your knowledge is capital today if you are willing to share it. But as long as you are waiting to perfect that online course that you're trying to do, as long as you are waiting to perfect the thing that you are working on, as long as you are trying to work on it and you're working on it and you're working on it, it will never get done. So I come to say to you today, if you're going to lead, you must lead now. Now faith is and works is dead. Now is the time. Start it and improve it. Don't wait any longer to solve that problem. Now is the day that you can make that adjustment. Because the greatest challenge that leaders are facing today, like I said to you, is clarity of where are we going. And when they're clear about where they're going and who they are and what they want to offer to the world, then there is the challenge of alignment. You bring everybody together. But the greatest challenge is not knowing what you want to do or knowing how to go about it. It's actually getting it done. I love the way Nike says it, just do it. If you're listening to me today, I know there's an idea in your heart, just do it. I know you've been trying to set up a webinar and you want to do an Instagram live, just do it. If you're going to lead, it's not by intention, it's by action. It is action that will improve things. It is action that will make people better. It is action that will make places better. It is action that will make the world a better place. So today I know that many people are struggling with where's my place in the world? What can I do? Bella, my organization has shut down. Well, as long as you can help someone, you can earn. You can earn more than you ever earned in any organization by solving problems. And because now you have access to people in a way you've never had access before. The world is online. You must go and solve problems, but be known to be the expert in one thing. Be good at many things, but be great at one. Be great at one thing. Coca-Cola Company has many products, 3 of which are very well known. Coke, Fanta, and Sprite. And whilst Sprite and Fanta are good, they're very good products, but they have chosen to be great in the cola business, the cola drink. And you realize that Coca-Cola, all their energy, their efforts, their advertising, they put into Coca-Cola. You will never see a Fanta truck carrying any drinks. You will never see a Sprite truck carrying any drinks. you always see a Coca-Cola truck, and it can carry Fanta, it can carry Sprite, it can carry water, it can carry different things. But there is a brand, there's something that Coca-Cola wants you to know more than anything else. I'm asking, what is your own Coca-Cola? What is the one thing you want the world to know you with? Be known. Be known for that one thing. Be great at that one thing. Make sure it is something that is desirable, that people need. Make sure it's something they're willing to pay for. And when you get that right, make sure you bring into alignment everything. Your posts, your messages online must be speaking to that thing consistently. Posting consistently. If you post once a week, post on the same day every week. If you post twice a week, post about the same time, but on the same day twice a week. Make sure your messaging is consistent. Make sure that your platforms are consistent. Don't just be on one platform and then not show up for another 6 months. If you're going to stay on one platform, stay there. Be consistent. Let people know where they're going to find you. Let people know when you are going to speak next. And then, of course, you must be able to bring your products into alignment. Make sure your product is solving the problem that you are advertising. Whatever you are speaking online, which is where the new world is, make sure you build a product around it. It's one thing to give out ideas for free, but if you don't have a product, for many years, I used to teach people how to speak. In fact, today is the 15th anniversary of a platform we set up in July 2005 called Speakers Corner. And I used to go out every third Saturday of the month for years, teaching people how to speak. And people will come and say, Fela, please, how can I speak like you? I said, oh, come on, you just come to Speakers Corner. Whilst we are having Speakers Corner today, and I'm really happy for that, we are having our 15th anniversary on my Instagram page, on Instagram Live. But guess what? Until I created a product called A to Z of Wow Speaking, and we have sold more of that one product to people than I have ever been able to teach them individually. You must develop a product around it, around what you are good at, so that people can exchange value for money. And as you bring all of that into alignment, start now. If you're going to be able to bring about transformation, which is a significant change, you're going to be able to arise, you're going to be able to adapt, you're going to be able to advance the cause of nature, the cause of humanity today, you must start today. And I want to thank Dr. Ben DK for giving me the opportunity to speak to your hearts today, to speak clarity into your heart, to speak to you about aligning yourself in the new normal, and to speak about execution. This is how you will lead for such a time as this. The world is looking for leaders. In homes, we're looking for leaders. And you have to be able to bring clarity to your family so that you know what the family vision is. You must know what the family values are. Your children must know what you stand for. But you must bring alignment in your family. Make sure that there's a time you're coming together at least once a day, whether it's time of prayer, where you are reinforcing. And there must be an alignment with what you say and what your children see you do. If you're married. If you're at work, again, there must be clarity. Clarity. What are we doing? What are we here for? And then, of course, how do we align our entire team? Gone are the days when job descriptions were important. Today, roles are more important. Anybody that can solve the problem gets the reward. So there must be an alignment. Top management must be in alignment with the C-suite, with the senior management, be in alignment with the functional leaders, be in alignment with the team. You have to bring alignment in your organization. And then you must be able to ensure that the people can execute. Execution is everything. Don't talk about it, do it. Be a doer. Make sure you're a doer at this time. It's better to try it and fail, and then you can improve. You can ask yourself, what can I do differently? And what can I do better? What should we start? What should we stop? What should we do more and less? But do something. Make sure you start. And I believe that great leaders are going to emerge from nations like Nigeria, where we are hungry. We've defied the world in challenges before. You know, the world that has had it they've always had it good. Now, when there's a disruption, they don't know what to do. We have been disrupted all our lives. Many of you went to school at a time when ASU would disrupt school calendar. Government would disrupt school calendar. Student union would disrupt school calendar. We have been used to disruption. Now is the time for us to be the masters of the game. So I want to say thank you to you. And if you ever need my help, please go ahead and send me an email. Or just you can send me an email to coach@feladurotoye.net. Coach@feladurotoye.net. I'm out there helping people right now, helping them gain clarity, helping them put everything into alignment, and helping them move their thoughts into action. I'm really proud of Dr. Ben Dickey and the leadership team of the Joshua Leadership Project. And I really want to just thank you and celebrate you all for listening. The new normal is here. I want you to be the champion of the new normal. May God bless you and keep you and cause you to do great and mighty things. The world will remember you for such a time as this, as you help the world move into the new normal. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you so much for having me in here. Hope you can all hear me. Yes, I am. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Good morning. I can hear you. What's the issue? I can hear you. Can you hear me? Okay. Good morning to everyone, and thank you for having me in on this program. The question is our conception in Nigeria, our conception in this part of the world is, can you hear me? I don't think you can hear me. Good morning. Can you hear me? Good morning. Okay. The concern will be.
Okay, yes. Yeah, I've been unmuted now. Yes, I can hear you loud and clear. Can you hear me? Okay.
Yeah, sorry, we're trying to sort out.
I believe everyone should just talk and assume that they are being heard until you are told. Yeah. Everybody should just talk and assume that they are being heard until they are told otherwise.
Yeah, I agree. I think so too.
Yeah, I agree. I so too.
Hi everyone, good morning. Everyone, good morning.
Sorry, we're trying to resolve a slight network issue. Why are you trying to resolve
Good morning, and thank you for having me on this platform. The question is to disabuse the minds of Nigerians and the people who are logged into this program on the issue of mental health. We must understand that WHO, in their definition of health, now have recognized the importance of mental health in well-being. So therefore, the definition now of health is the state of being in a complete physical and mental health, and not just the absence of disease or infirmity in an individual. So you realize that mental health, because typically Nigerian environment has stigmatized somewhat, and maybe not just Nigerian environment really, even across other countries, there's the stigmatization of mental health. So when you say, oh, someone is mentally ill, the next thing that comes to the average mind is, oh, this person is schizophrenic, which by the layman's term is a mad person. But that's really not the truth. Mental health basically speaks to the well-being of the mind of an individual. Usually for me as a medical person, I would usually look at health both from the direction of physical and mental. Of course, there are other components that go into well-being, including social, emotional, and so many other factors. But for me as a medical person, I'll be focusing more on the physical and the mental aspect. So talk about the physical, usually you're talking about the body. But when you not talk about the mental, you're talking about the mind. You're talking about the person's thoughts. So even things as simple as depression, anxiety, panic, all those will feed naturally into what we call the mental health of a person. So meaning that you can see someone who is sitting right next to you, you're having a civil conversation with that person, but the person may not be mentally ill. So really, mental health is the well-being of a person in the emotional thought space. So how is your mind doing? What are your thoughts like? What is happening in your mind? Those are the things that we're usually looking at when we talk about mental health, not necessarily the person who is out there that we would refer to in a local parlance as a mad person. So mental health really speaks to the state of the mind of an individual. And I believe that part of our discussions today will look at that well-being in terms of mental health. Thank you. Well, what I would say to that is, let's look at it holistically from the point of view of well-being. When you say well-being, incorporates quite a number of things, including mental health. But when you're looking at well-being, you're talking about the social part of it, you're looking at this financial part of it, you're looking at the emotional part of it, you're looking at the physical part of it, and the mental part of it. So usually we'll talk about, so to answer your question clearly, I would look at it from the point of view of well-being. Clearly right now, we all know that we're in the middle of a pandemic, which has affected almost, in fact, every country in the world. And because of the challenges that this new situation that we have found ourselves in has presented, we now see situations where our economy is being affected, which is now leading to the loss of jobs, the loss of economic capacities and livelihoods for many people. Naturally, when one finds themselves in a place where they are unable to meet up with their obligations in life, imagine as a parent, you have children, and you have responsibility to take care of these children. Now we know that in our current dispensation, you need finance to be able to pay your bills, meet up with obligations to take care of your family. So of course, in a situation where this ability to do that is cut off for any individual, there definitely will be that rise in anxiety, the rise in stress. And these are factors that would naturally predispose anyone, even for someone who already, for instance, had what we would call latent, maybe blood pressure, meaning that the person already had a predisposition to have high blood pressure, but had not started to express itself. These kinds of situations where you're now talking about a loss of job, or even the fact that we had even been locked down at home for so many weeks to months, so much uncertainty, so much anxiety. All these things will naturally lead to the capacity for people to develop increase in blood pressure. It will lead to the capacity for people to develop other stress-related illnesses that we see as clinicians. So really, truly, the way to this is positivity. Well-being in itself is a term that is a positive term. It's a positive aspiration that we must be deliberate about. So well-being in itself usually speaks to something positive. So I think the need, therefore, is for everyone to look out for their well-being and to see it as something they need to be deliberate about. I hope I would also have the opportunity maybe to discuss.
Okay, so you're actually preempting me now, Doc. We'll come to that. We'll come to that in a bit. But let me go to Babatunde Akin. Tunde, can you hear me? Are you there? Tunde, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, great. So Tunde, let me take you on. Now, the current situation we are in, I was looking at the books of the Q2 report of Netflix 2 days ago, and I noticed that they make so much money. I mean, they keep going up since the shutdown. I've noticed that all these digital or technological firms are beginning to make huge revenues and profits. Now, tell us, because I know you play very well in that space. Tell us, what are the opportunities for our viewers, for people who are listening to you? What are the opportunities for people who want to go into that space?
Okay, thank you very much, Chidi, and thanks everyone for having me. So Babatunde Akin Moses by name. I run a fintech platform, and everything we do is entirely online. And really, so we didn't skip a bit this period. And just to directly answer the question,
meaning that you've made so much money this period too.
We didn't do badly, to be honest. We didn't do badly, and actually some segments of the business have actually done better than even pre-pandemic period. And that's just because of what Chidi has said. So the first thing about technology, which is what Netflix is benefiting from, is it allows you to scale easily, right? So Netflix is not, they are not unencumbered by geography. Anybody in the world can use your products once you get it online. No, you don't have to drive it to a border. You don't have to take it to anywhere physically. So that's one of the things that, those of us in the tech space, we enjoy, particularly if you take your business online. So when you speak about the opportunities, to be honest, are still very few opportunities have changed entirely. A lot of the opportunities are still where they are. It's just that the method of delivering them to the customer is what has changed. So if you take some examples now, you would say maybe hotels didn't do too well this period, right? But guess what? A lot of people that do short-let apartments are actually doing really well, because for the other model of the short-let apartments, for instance, you are taking a space on your own. You are not necessarily going to a hotel that is crowded. So there's still some advantages even in the online space for people in hospitality doing short-let. So that is there. And there's something again we've also seen is there's also a big opportunity in retail. So people And people don't go out too often because the open markets aren't as open as they used to be. So people are now going to supermarkets maybe just once a month. And guess what? When they go there, you have to shop for a month or two. I've never in my life seen people buying 10 dispenser refills at once before. People just buy one or two. But now people are going to supermarkets and they are buying 10 at a time because they don't want to come out as often as they used to. So retail is growing. Even if you think, so into your mind, you think, oh, retail shouldn't do too well, but it's actually doing really well because people are now shopping in more formal retail centers, right? And that takes us to another place that is doing really well too, which is also the logistics. So people that don't want to go out, for people on the extreme end, we are delivery arm for their businesses, or quickly partner with people that had logistic businesses, because right now the customers are not coming out as they used to. So you might have to get to the customers, right? Yeah. And that is something. And I mean, just generally for service providers, right? People that are into services, one way they've been able to move their business online is creating video digital products. So what do I mean? Say Dr. King, for instance, on mental health. If she does a session for like an hour teaching people about mental health, she just puts that online, and then 1,000 people can buy it at the same time, as opposed to being in a room filled with a cap that can only take 100 people. So there's a lot of demand for people that are able to digitize things in a video kind of sense, or put it in a way that it can be consumed online by an unlimited number of people. So services can be digitized through writing or videos, and a lot of people actually really, really cleaned out from it this period. We've seen a lot of schools go online, same model. We've seen a lot of telemedicine now. People are getting free health consultations online. So those are the areas that some of the areas that we see really booming. And obviously there's also agriculture, because I mean, we can't import a lot of things this period. All the borders were closed. So some people in the agri space also really made a lot of money, because people had to look inwards for a lot of products. Even the retail stores I'm talking about, they couldn't import as much as they used to. So they had to look for local alternatives. So local sourcing, both in terms of agri and manufacturing as well.
Oh, fantastic. So let me take you on that. Tunde, tell us, somebody wants to start, somebody wants to start today. Somebody wants to begin to digitalize their operations, or doesn't even have any operations to digitalize, but wants to go into playing in this space. What should the person do?
Okay, it's very simple. I would say start with what you have. So how do you start with what you have? The first things you need are internet connection, but the internet connection doesn't run on its own, right? You need a phone or a laptop. So you have to invest in that phone or that laptop, right? Now I'm starting from the very, very basics, just like you said. You get a phone or you get a laptop. So that's the first step. The second step is then to be able to put what you do out there. Now the world has changed, right? Or at least for the start, you don't need a website or a blog. So the easiest means of starting is on social media. So many people have shunned websites now because their Instagram pages are pulling in so much sales. So for a start, the easiest thing to do is to get your phone or your laptop, invest now in internet subscription, and go to social media and talk about what you do. The biggest hurdle is not even technological in my mind. It's psychological and mental, in that most of us are afraid of judgment, or afraid of what people will say if we post that we are selling pepper on Instagram. But the truth is, you have to be able to, break that psychological barrier and go online and talk about what you do. That's the easiest. It is free. It is free for you to post. Before, to get in a newspaper that will just, get to 1,000 people, you need to have a lot of money to advertise. But now, you have your Instagram channel. It is free for you to post. Fine, you need money to boost ads, but that is the first step you do. So I would always advise that, look, if you are starting from ground zero, get a phone, go to social media, talk about what you do. Do not be afraid. These guys are not going to feed you anyways. So you have to be able to get to social media. And obviously, you can then step it up to maybe a website when you have some money. There are a lot of free website services now. You can use Wix, Paystack. Paystack is offering free e-commerce stores. So that is the next logical step, right? So you start from what is free, and then you go to, paid services. Paystack has a free e-commerce store. Flutterwave has a free e-commerce store. There's a service called Wix Online you can use to build a free website, and any other solutions like that. So that is where we suggest people start from.
Interesting. So we're going to stay drilled down on what you've said today. I'll come back.
Yes.
Let me talk to Gospel. Gospel Obele, are you there? Gospel, are you good? Hello, Gospel. Can you hear us? Hello.
Yes, I can hear you. Good morning, everyone.
Okay,
yes, I can hear you.
Good morning. Everyone. Good morning. So, Gospel, let me just ask you straight up. We are in challenging times. I mean, funny times. A lot of things have happened at this particular point in time. So many of our listeners are asking themselves, what should I do next? Where do I go from here? So, quickly, can you tell us what are the practical ways to approach this new normal? What are the practical ways to approach today? If I may put it that way.
Hello, can you hear me, please?
Yes, I can hear you. Did you get my question?
I'm sorry, I missed it.
Okay, so I said that in the world today has changed completely, totally. Even work life has changed completely, totally. And a lot of people watching this program asking themselves, how do I go? Where do I go from here? What should I do after now? So quickly, can you tell our viewers, what are the practical tools? What's the practical approach to deal with today?
All right. Thank you again for having me. Really appreciate the conversation so far. I'm an economist and I run a market intelligence and development organization. For about 3 years now, we've been doing what we call economic outlook, economic/business outlook, meaning that trying to speak into the events and factors that will shape businesses and the lives of individuals in a particular year, right? And coming also from the economic angle, basically, but ensuring that the information is usable by every strata of society. Now, in January, we proposed that by events of what have happened in 2019, there will be pockets of expanding cost pressure. All right, both in the economy and in the lives of individuals. So, and the world was already, Nigeria particularly, was already moving close to a recession. All right, with the way the oil prices were dwindling and many other reforms that we had brought into the fore that were not enabling businesses in the right sense of things. Then Corona came, the COVID-19 came, and then it's as though the recession and all of these things that we had initially projected earlier in the year happened earlier than expected. Now, it's interesting to note that, I mean, like the moderator mentioned, a lot of things have changed in terms of both economic and social dynamics. So what that means is for government, for businesses, for households, for individuals, everybody is at a place of uncertainty. Nobody is really sure what's going to happen next. And that calls for one thing, it makes clarity priceless. Right, it makes clarity priceless. So what we've observed is over the lockdown, the past 2, 3, 4 months, we've had different sessions with organizations seeking clarity. As regards what will be the next frontier, what will be the next thing for consumer markets, what will be the next thing for businesses, what will be the next thing for individuals, what will be the next thing for economies as we move on, into a post-COVID phase, as we like to say, or into the new normal. And I also like to say that passion without clarity going forward would be either undervalued, underused, or wrongly channeled. Secondly, resilience without a form of contextual intelligence would also be that resources are out there for waste or will be channeled wrongly. So clarity and intelligence are two core parts of whatever individuals need to thrive in today's economy or social economy. Now, going forward, I would like to state clearly before I move into particularly what people can do or how people can handle the uncertainty we find in our environment. This is not the first uncertainty that we'll find ourselves in, both as a nation, as a people, and as a global environment. It's just that it's a different kind of uncertainty. But one thing cuts across in different environments, different climes, different economies, no matter where you are on the developmental ladder, all right, in the world today, one thing cuts across. With uncertainty or with crisis comes two things. Number one, confusion. Then number two, an avenue to explore and take things further. So it means that every uncertainty is two-faced, and which is what we need to practically, people need to understand, organizations need to understand, economies need to understand, individuals who run businesses and manage families and households need to understand. There is no crisis that happens, that tilts completely to the negative. A part of it also tilts to the positive. But this is a challenge. With my work as an economist and as a market intelligence personnel, I've realized that being the culture and the design of the African, we are not used to embracing and doing the hard work, to discover the better part of change. Let me use it that way. So we talk about storytelling, we talk about a lot of things, but we hardly talk about research and the questions around what is the next big thing in the midst of this crisis. Now let me bring it down to the Christian space. There was a burning bush, right? Moses saw a burning bush, but he was able to see beyond that burning bush what God was saying or what the intelligence was for the time in the nation of Israel, for the people of Israel. So you can have a burning bush, but the bush is not actually burning. That is a sign to show you that there's something bigger behind, or there's a big thing, there's a next big thing coming. All right. So now, but what Moses did differently, he sat down to listen, to pay attention, to evaluate critically, and which encompass the 5 steps I'll be sharing this morning. But I want to first throw out the challenge that the mindset, the first place that the average Nigerian or African needs to take into cognizance, or even the global citizen, no matter where you are in the world, your mindset is the first place. Now, would you believe that most of the organizations that have been celebrated today, even on the Forbes 500 list, or the Forbes 500 list rather, you realize that most of these big organizations, General Electric, General Motors, Microsoft, Facebook, and many of the likes, started in the middle of either a recession or maybe 2 to 3 years before a major recession hit, or even after a recession or a major economic challenge came on board. If you drill down into history, realize that the biggest, even Instagram, the biggest, most influential and powerful organizations started in the midst, in the midst or post-crisis in the world that we live in. So that's to tell you that the bush may be burning, but the bush is actually not getting burnt, and there is a bigger message behind that. So the mindset and the perspective around the crisis we are in today is extremely central, especially for the African, who has been channeled to think of things from an emotional side, who have been channeled to think of things first from a cultural landscape, all right, rather than a logical / scientific or / an objective landscape. So first of all, every crisis is two-faced. That's the first thing. Second thing I would like to mention in trying to get ahead of this season, and a lot of these things I'll be seeing them in the masterclass in the evening. I'll be breaking down strategic, clear business steps. So hold on. So I don't want you to preempt your masterclass. So let me just ask you, to give context to all that you've said, for the purpose of this morning's conversation. Let me ask you, what are the businesses someone can start today in a recession? All right. So the first answer to that question is that, number one, an average individual has to gather intelligence, right? By default of crisis, I had this interview with Channels TV and Plus TV several times. By default, by default as a result of this crisis, some sectors have gone under. Some other sectors are still thriving, while some other sectors are struggling to thrive. So the first place, because it will be unfair to give an answer to what sectors without showing intelligence as to the how. Like I mentioned, resilience or passion without clarity or intelligence would almost be useless or largely fired in the wrong direction. So first thing is to understand what sectors will currently survive on post-COVID. And number one, you want to look at agriculture. Agriculture, because the world is at a survival big zone right now, right? Stimuluses and everything has come down to the level of survival and technology, first of all. So survival will mean food, survival will mean cash, survival will mean how can I do what I've been doing in a way that I don't have to expose myself, all right? People are literally thinking of how to take cover and protect themselves, but yet still find a cause to live and breathe. So agriculture is first. Food security is very much important right now. But then the challenge with agriculture and many other sectors I'll mention shortly is that you have to think about the solution and how to get it to the final consumer, right? So you may build a digital platform for that connection, but you need an offline strategy to get that product or service to the final consumer. So number two that will be on board will be logistics, right? So many organizations who are running bikes, who used to own bikes, and people who even randomly own bikes or keke napes and the like have turned them into delivery mechanisms. So logistics will be at the core, right? Even if you buy a product on Jumia today, the product will not fall from the sky. It's the gap between what you purchased online and receiving it at the doorstep is logistics. So agriculture, food, first of all, because when there is no food, inflation will kick in. Because scarcity will always attract value and prices will go up. Agriculture, food is very important. So you need a tech/logistic based infrastructure to get your food or your item to the final consumer at the doorstep. For instance, you can find Eco Hotel and some other big hotels going into home service deliveries, selling food now and doing home service delivery. What necessitated that? A professor of marketing in India said something. That the future of Guinness is not in the Irish pubs, but in the Lagos bars. But guess what? Guinness Nigeria mentioned that you just place an order of how many crates of whatever you want, we'll deliver it at the doorstep. So right now, the future of Guinness is no longer in the Lagos bars, but the bars have been brought to the people's homes. Let me just use that analogy. All right. So I'm just trying to say that logistics is number two, agriculture is number one, logistics is number two, e-commerce is number three.
Okay, so hold your thoughts, Gospel. You are roaring to let go of everything inside of you. I need to restrain you so that you can still have some things to share with us in the evening during the master class. But I'll still come back to you. Let's go to Pastor Chukudum. Pastor Chukudum.
Yeah, I can hear you. Go ahead. Yes, I am.
Okay, sir. You run a very successful online ministry. So can you tell us what necessitated it? How did you start, and where are you today? Hello, Pastor Chukudum.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Okay. Thank you, Chidi. But first, I want to thank Benjamin Dike, for yielding this vision. 70 years and waxing strong, so something that I see is relevant, not just in the times we're living in, but subsequently till our Lord comes whenever he chooses to. So this vision is for the appointed time 17 years ago, and one that its relevance will never wane. I'm Chukwudomobi, and I'll be sharing my thoughts today on the role of new media and the church. Like you said, I do something small, not that big, online. And somehow I got that leading to do that for a couple of years. And what happened this year made me realize that leading was straight for the Holy Spirit. So I was like, already ahead of what is happening now. And I'm so grateful to God for that. Now, the theme of this year's conference is so apt. Adapt, arise, advance. It's so apt for the times we are living in, and I dare say there won't be any more appropriate theme than that. You said we shouldn't advertise our masterclass that is coming up, but I'm going to have a masterclass, later on today, and I'm going to glean from the U.S. Marines mantra of improvise, adapt, and overcome. I mean, that mantra is so key in the times you are living in. And the church today is like split into two, pews, so to say, by the aisle of controversy when it comes to media and ministry and preaching the gospel, and I see the church suffering from what I call cognitive dissonance at this moment, where there's a camp that is for the media and there's a camp fighting for the church to return back into the four walls. And I listened to Dr. DK in his opening welcome speech, and he was so clear on that. I mean, that ship has sailed. Does that mean we're not going to come back to the church? Oh, of course we will. This time next year, it will be back to business as usual. But it will be deception for church leaders not to glean from what just happened. I believe it's an interruption for us to glean at what just happened and focus on what is important for the next decade and possibly the future of doing ministry. The four walls of church is not the future of doing ministry. Is the four walls of church going to stay with us for quite a while? I believe so, but it is not the future of doing ministry. So the sooner we strategically reposition ourselves and reimagine ministry going forward in the times we're living in, the better it will be. The more effective we're going to be as ministers and the more efficient we're going to be as ministers. Though I'll be speaking to leaders in ministry, in the masterclass, we're going to be sharing a lot of info and statistics on what is going on now. I think Tunde said something when he was speaking about the power of video. I'm going to show some, I don't want to use the word shocking, but some insightful statistics on how powerful video is, and is a tool that everybody, even the businessman, the economist, the doctor, whoever, like my wife is a doctor, they're now doing video consultation. It's a powerful tool that everyone should get on board, because that is the future. That is the future. I mean, one of the statistics shows that Generation Z and the generation, what do they call it, the millennials, are so much into video and live streaming. So if we want to reach those two generations and we still want to take back church back into the four walls of church, I'm afraid if we don't change in the next 10 years, we're going to lose a lot of these young people. I'm going to stop here for now. Thank you again, Chidi.
Let me preempt you. Let me preempt you. Let me preempt you. Can you tell us?
Okay.
Can you tell us?
Yeah.
Can you tell us what sort of message? What sort of content that you can put out there that will keep your audience glued to you? I mean,
okay, as a minister, you mean?
Content that is impactful.
As a minister, you mean?
Yes,
or just
no, as a minister of the gospel. No, as a minister of the gospel.
Oh, as a minister, the world we live in, we say the world we live in is changing, the changing world. The truth is that the world we live in is not changing. The world we live in has changed. Has changed. So as a minister, you need to put new wine in new wineskin. Don't try the old wine in the old wineskin.
Hello, Pastor Kurum. Hello.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm hearing you. Yeah,
I'm
good.
hearing you. Yeah, good. I think I was muted by whoever that is in charge.
Okay.
I don't know where you guys stopped hearing. So
If you don't mind, a little bit of breakup.
Okay.
We're talking about old wine skin.
Yes, and new wine skin. The message for today should be new wine in new wine skin. Not old wine in old wine skin. Neither should it be old wine in new wine skin. It will also work. Some people are like, okay, fine, we're going to preach the old time religion, but we're going to deploy it using a new method. We should also do that. What we should put out there as ministers is new wine in new wine skin. And what is new wine? New wine is still that tradition, but delivered in the right way. That's why I said that tradition was yesterday's innovation. Today's innovation will be tomorrow's tradition. So we should put out the message of grace. And message of grace is the message of Jesus Christ. That's why Jesus had serious fallouts with the Pharisees. And today we have modern Pharisees with us here in the church. Because the Pharisees refused to let go of the old wine, and they refused to let go of the new wine. In my masterclass, I'll show you scriptures on that. So we should preach Jesus, Jesus, Jesus. And we shouldn't preach about ourselves. We should preach Jesus. We should put Jesus in the forefront. And Jesus is grace. It's told us that in 1 John chapter 1, verse 16. So we should preach the message of grace, not the message of condemnation. Thank you, Chidi.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So let's go back to Dr. King. Dr. King, are you there?
Very much still here.
Okay, great. While Tunde was speaking, he gave you a business idea. I'm sure you will have to make arrangements to pay him for that idea. So let me ask you quickly, Dr. King. How do you deal with the issue of mental health challenge?
Okay. Well, I have tried to steer us really away somewhat from focusing totally on mental health. And the reason being that we need to look at this more holistically. You know. To answer your question, for us as individuals at this time, I was really happy with what Pastor Obi said. We are at a time that our lives have changed. And the earlier that everyone realizes that and begin to adapt to our new situation, then it would mean a lot for the average person. Let me quickly mention that unlike Ebola, when we had it some years ago, that we were able to quickly contain it and eradicate it in Nigeria. Unfortunately, coronavirus doesn't have that same sequence. It's now, we all know that the WHO has said that it's an airborne disease. What that means, and don't forget also that before now, we had other types of coronaviruses that had existed. Your average common cold is caused by coronaviruses. This is just a novel one that we are now seeing. So we are going to have this with us for some time. Let us not be mistaken about that. So the earlier we begin to adapt and then to arise, really. And the arising is the staying positive. The arising is eating healthy. The arising is for us to begin to exercise regularly, because we need to take charge. We need to take ownership of our new normal and begin to charge ourselves to how best we can arise really out of this new normal that we have now find ourselves. So we need to eat well, eat healthy, eat well. People need to begin to understand that exercising at this time will help to stimulate your mental health. Also, staying active. It's a very vital part of keeping your mental health together. You must be able to do things like read a new book from time to time. Use this period, if you are still, maybe your office has not fully resumed, you're not back into the workspace fully, you're at home, you're working from home, take time out to learn new things. Take time out to develop new skills. Take time out to read new books. Take time out to work on your mind. Like I said earlier, well-being is a positive attitude. We must stay positive. We must have a grateful attitude at this time. People must begin to understand that wherever nobody wants a bad situation. Nobody wants things to be not, like if you, let's say you were, for people, for instance, that now have a half salary, instead of maybe a full salary. It's not something anyone wants, but you're still grateful for what you have. And in that attitude of gratitude, you are able to see opportunities again and then still move forward with life. So also, connection with people at this time is very, very important. For you to maintain soundness in your mental space, you need the support of family, the support of friends. In as much as fine, we're on lockdown, we're asked to social distance from one another. Social distancing doesn't mean you cannot call someone on the phone. Social distancing doesn't mean we cannot have Zoom calls with our family and with our friends. So it's important at this time that people maintain connection. It's not a time for, it's time we're asked to isolate at home, but not isolating from people. So we must understand that at this time, those connections are very key for us to maintain our mental health. And then at this time also, giving becomes a very important part of boosting your well-being. Because we know as Christians that there's that feeling of fulfillment, that feeling of achievement that you get when you are able to share, when you're able to give of what you have, particularly to people who are less privileged than you are. So this is a time for everyone to look at that and say, oh, how can I be of help? How can I assist my neighbor? How can I help other people, maybe in my office, who are not doing as well as I am, or people around me that I know who are not doing as well as I am, for whatever little that you have. So giving, it will help to boost your sense of fulfillment, your sense of wellness, and that also is a way where our mental health can be, supported. Like I've said already, staying positive, managing stress, and staying active.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. King. So let me quickly go to Tunde. Tunde, I have one more question for you. Tunde, can you hear me? Hello, Tunde. Tunde, are you there? Okay, we'll come back to Tunde. Let me quickly ask Obele, Gospel, are you there?
Yes, sir.
All right, so tell us, in a nutshell, have you been through a difficult period in your life?
Many times. And,
many times. Can you share with our audience the practical cues that you deployed in dealing with that situation?
Okay, I'm going to be as honest as I can,
yes,
because not because the Christian environment, but it's just my own model that has worked. Number one, for every challenge that comes, I try to, as much as possible, see them from two perspectives. So yes, it's a bush, it's a burning bush, but the bush is not burning. So it means that there's something interesting about every situation that would lead me to the next big phase of my life. Number two, I try as much as possible to seek clarity. And part of seeking clarity is to intensify prayers at the time, traveling prayers more particularly, to settle my heart before God concerning that challenge and to press on to hear and to see what exactly is going on. And that was the model Moses used, right? It was when he came closer to the burning bush that I realized that the bush was not burning and there was something God was saying about that situation. So it's until they will come and press close cover what is being said and realize that the bush is not actually burning in as much as there's fire on the mountain, in quotes, or on the bush. So yes, I try to engage traveling prayers. And the number 3 thing I do is I read a lot. So I read conventional books, I follow news links, I follow forums and all of those things. I read a lot of high-level transformational materials. Yes, again, because of my work as an economist / a research and market intelligence person. So I read a lot of books. And as I'm reading these books, I'm trying to read them from the place of, understanding what the next thing, what the next big thing is for me at this moment of my life. So I've gone through a lot of cycles of uncertainties and great times, and how I deal with them is simply, going through traveling prayers and to find out what exactly is going on, because the bush is not burning. And then what is God saying? Then I open myself to high-level information and a lot of market awareness or commercial awareness on how to unlock that challenge I find myself. Then I ask questions from very objective and people I have in my lives that I respect. So those are the major ways I go around it, but particularly by paying attention to the moment and not using my cultural lens to look at every challenge.
That's good. Thank you very much, Gospel. Thank you so much. So let me go to Pastor Chukwudum. Pastor Chukwudum.
Yes,
hello, Pastor.
Go ahead.
Yes. Can you tell us, Pastor Chukwudum?
Yeah.
Can you tell us? There are people who out there who say, how do I start? Where do I even start from? Some are even crippled by fear. Some are crippled by paralysis of analysis. Can you help them this afternoon by telling them these and these and these are the things you need to do to start?
Just like God told Moses went to God to sort of complain when they were at the edge of the Red Sea, and God asked Moses a question. And what did God ask Moses? God asked Moses, what do you have in your hand? So I said to the pastors out there, or I asked this question, what do you have in your hand? Start with it and God will use it. So what you basically, like Tunde also talked about this, what you basically need is just internet connection. And every phone can do that. Just get your phone, connect it to the internet, place it on a tripod, get lights, and that's it. Get a good background, and that's it. Send God's word to the people that you are engaging. So it's really easy. Just start with what you have. Now, what you notice is that when you now start, things will start taking shape. Then, by all means, find out what other people are doing. Now, one of the keys to surviving the times we're living in is collaboration. Collaboration, very important. Gone are the days where we are locked up in one ministry and they tag you as being a rebel if you attend another church. But what is happening, this lockdown has totally, obliterated that. People sit in their house and attend different churches all at once. People sit in their house and listen to several ministers preach either on a Sunday morning or a Wednesday evening. People sit in their house and they are fed. And I believe in my heart and in my spirit that this is one of the things Jesus wants to achieve with this lockdown. So by all means, collaborate. See what Dr. DK is doing with this platform. He has collaborated and networked several people from different backgrounds, and we are enjoying a well of information, and people are blessing us, and it's beautiful. This is what should happen also in the church. If I'm not wrong, House on the Rock currently is also holding their world conference, right? And what is going on?
Yeah, you're very correct.
Yeah, ministers all over the world are feeding us that are connected. So it is a period of collaboration. Any minister, any church that is still closed up in this lockdown in my own opinion, please, nobody should be angry, but in my own opinion, has not learned one of the lessons that Jesus is trying to pass across the church with this lockdown.
Thank you, Pastor Chukudum. So let me come to you, Tunde. I will end with you. Tunde, are you there now?
Yes, I am.
Well, okay, great. So I'm going to ask you a more personal question. Many years ago, when I met you at Lagos Business School, you had not started this your journey. You are still looking like a primary school student. So can you tell us, just like a teaser in preparation for the master class, can you tell us what encouraged you to embark on this journey? Because we've had so much success in such a short period of time. So tell our viewers.
Okay, that's a very deep personal question, and I think it's important to understand, where I'm coming from too. So I used to be in consulting, right? I used to be mid-level management in one of the big fours. When I took, that leap of faith, and I think you did the executive program, but I was there full time.
Yeah.
So I actually had to take a study leave for 2 years, unpaid, by the way. So it was me looking for a shift, right? And I guess for me, the question I asked myself is, really, at that point, what's the worst that could happen, right? So if I look at, which is why personally, and this is my own personal advice to anybody that wants to go in business, is I think you should always work somewhere first. So there is a base to fall back on. So at the worst case scenario, when we're about wrapping up from LBS, I had the opportunity to go back to where I was coming from. And I also had the opportunity to go on this new adventure and ask myself, look, what is the worst case scenario and what's the best case scenario? So the worst case scenario was, at that point, I had something to do. And the best case scenario is that, I might be able to, touch millions of lives with this thing I'm doing while, making some money at the same time. So if you look at things from that perspective is, let me try this. I don't want to look back 20, 30 years and have that regret of what if. And the deal I made with myself and say, let's try this path for a year or two and let's see how it goes. Worst case scenario, I'll dust my CV and go and look for a job. Not everybody can say that because not everybody has a backup plan. But in my case, I had the boldness to go on it because I had worked, I had some experience, had some certifications. So I already had a trade, right, that I could always do. And even in the early days, to be honest, before we started, making good money, first 6 months to 1 year, I was juggling both on the side in terms of doing some freelance consulting work and then, doing the business too until obviously the business was stable enough to sustain itself. So that is what a lot of times, if you look at the best case and the worst case scenario, the best case scenario in most instances is you can go as high as possible. There is no limit to how far you can go, right? And if you look at the worst case scenario, you should be able to set a baseline of what would you do if this thing goes bad. And in many cases, if you look at the worst case scenario, we'll see that it's not so bad, really. A lot of us are just afraid. So if you conquer fear, you move. So that's it from me.
Thank you today. Thank you very, very much. So let me, in conclusion, because we need to go now, I'm going to get ready for like Gospel has been wanting to do. So in conclusion, Dr. King, can you tell us in one second, what's your parting shot to our viewers? In 1 second, please.
It's a motivation. Philippians 4:13. I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me. So we can do all things. We just have to put our minds to it. And we indeed can do all things through Christ who gives us strength. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. King. See you in the evening. Pastor Chukwudu, your parting shot to our viewers. Please unmute yourself, sir.
Yeah, it is said that videos, can you hear me now? It's said that videos on social media generate 1,200% more shares than text and images. That is the power of video. I'm going to be sharing a lot of statistics in the evening in my masterclass. I'm going to share a lot of statistics on live streaming. The world is moving to videos online. So if the church is not online, preaching the gospel with videos, they're going to lose the world.
Wow. Tunde, can you tell us your parting shots to our viewers, please?
Well, it's simple. Just a reiteration of something I've said before. In anything you want to do, just remember that failure is an option, but fear is not.
Thank you. Gospel, please, your parting shot to our viewers.
All right. I would say thank you for listening to me, first of all. I would say that let's remember that every crisis is two-faced. The bush, there may be a burning bush, but the bush is not burning. So there is a message behind all of this crisis for you as an individual.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much to our panel of discussants. God bless you. We look forward to seeing you in the evening. And to our viewers, I'm very sure you've had a fantastic time listening to these four heavyweights. Please make sure you don't miss the master class. You are going to learn a lot. You are going to gain a lot of experience and from what they're going to teach in the evening. Please don't miss it. The link to the master class, you will find it on where you watch on the comment section of the various links, and it starts by 5:20. Please don't miss it. There is no Premier League today. There is no La Liga today. Just go straight to the link. Go straight to our YouTube channel, Joshua Leadership Project. Go to the Facebook page, Joshua Leadership Project. Go to the Instagram page, Joshua Leadership Project. You will find the link to the masterclass there. It starts by 5:20 exactly. A parting shot for you is to quote exactly what Tunde just said. Failure is an option, but fear is not. God bless you. See you in the evening.
Hello, welcome. It's so good to be here. Some of you may or may not have seen the video as I introduced myself, but my name's Simon Lau, and it's a real privilege to be here and have the opportunity just to share some perspectives and thoughts about leadership with you at the Joshua Leadership Conference. This is the 17th year, and I remember back 7 years ago when I received an invitation from my good friend Benjamin asking me to come over from Singapore to be in Nigeria. Hello, welcome. It's so good to be here. Some of you may or may not have seen the video as I introduced myself, but my name's Simon Lau, and it's a real privilege to be here and have the opportunity just to Welcome. It's so good to be here. Some of you may or may not have seen the video as I introduced myself, but my name's Simon Lau, and it's a real privilege to be here and have the opportunity just to share some perspectives and thoughts about leadership with you at the Joshua Leadership Conference. This is the 17th year, and I remember back 7 years ago when I received an invitation from my good friend Benjamin, asking me to come over from Singapore to be in Nigeria and speak to the leaders. And I was amazed when I took up that opportunity and that invitation to see a room full of over 2,000 wonderful individuals, young and old. Somebody who spent 5 years there, share a little bit about pivoting to growth, the times in which we're living now, unprecedented in terms of uncertainty. And, you know, I think about my context here in the UK, we are still just opening up in terms of lockdown. And I wonder where you are now in Nigeria. And I just pray that you're all safe in your homes, wherever you are, as we spend this time together. But the beauty of this time means that I can speak to you from my own home. Hello, welcome. It's so good to be here. Some of you may or may not have seen the video as I introduced myself, but my name's Simon Lau, and it's a real privilege to be here and have the opportunity just to share some perspectives and thoughts about leadership with you at the Joshua Leadership Conference. This is the 17th year, and I remember back 7 years ago when I received an invitation from my good friend Benjamin, asking me to come over from Singapore to be in Nigeria and speak to the leaders. And I was amazed when I took up that opportunity and that invitation to see a room full of over 2,000 wonderful individuals, young and old, that want to make a difference to the world. And it's such a privilege again to be here, just to share a few thoughts around leadership. So Benjamin asked me to share a little bit about pivoting for growth in uncertainty, and the times in which we're living now are unprecedented in terms of uncertainty. And, you know, I think about my context here in the UK, we are still just opening up in terms of lockdown. And I wonder where you are now in Nigeria. And I just pray that you're all safe in your homes, wherever you are, as we spend this time together. But the beauty of this time means that I can speak to you from my own home here in the UK and we can still have this conference and reach so many of you. So as we go through this conversation, and it is a conversation I want to have with you, I invite you to think about your own leadership. Have a pen, have some paper hopefully, and write down and reflect what's making sense to you, what's different, what are you curious about, what questions do you have? For this kind of reflective practice is one of the core things that makes leaders effective in understanding what it is they're looking for to do and what's going on in the world. So there's 4 things that I'd like to share with you about leading in uncertainty and when we might pivot for growth. So I want to talk about knowing your story, and we'll share some stories, my own personal story about where my leadership comes from. I want to talk about knowing your context. Leadership is relentlessly contextual, and as I've just shared, the world is changing. The context is so different now to what it was 10 years ago. It's so different now to what the world was 6 months ago. And then a little bit about knowing yourself. We may all know that knowing yourself is just one of these critical things as we understand who we are and what we want to be doing in the world. And finally, this piece around pivoting. How do we know when is the right time to change? So these are the kind of things I want to cover with you in the next bit of time that we have together. So I wanted to start by showing you a number. So I hope you can see this number. It's a rather large number. And I wonder what you might think this number represents. So this is the number that comes up when you type leadership theory into the Google search engine. Why am I showing you this number? So the reason why I'm showing you this number is that there are so many different ways of looking at leadership. And I really want you to encourage you to be curious, because I have a belief that there's no better leadership theory than your own. This might sound strange coming from somebody who has been spending 25 years in the area of leadership, reading and teaching theories, having read lots of books, and just like you, I'm sure you've come across many different theories. And over this conference, you'll have lots of wonderful leaders sharing their perspectives on leadership with you too. But I really encourage you to think about what is your own point of view on leadership, because you will have different experiences in life. You will be gifted in different ways. The context in which you operate will require different things of you. And this is why I think it's really important that we inquire into what we hear about leadership and we understand where our own version and our story of leadership comes from. Because knowing this really helps inform how we lead in our context. So this is the invitation. I hope you'll receive it. I'll hope you listen to some things and capture what you think you might believe is about leadership as we go through this conversation. So I want to start by talking about origin stories, particularly from a superhero. They always have backstories as to where they come from. And the reason why I want to talk to you about origin stories is we all have a unique origin story too. And by understanding where we come from, it helps build up our picture of where our personal leadership story comes from. It's often started at a young age, and it's often started through the people that we meet. What do I mean by an origin story? Let me go to one of my favorite superheroes. So as you can see, a classic superhero whose story I love, and this is Superman. So if you know the story of Superman, he arrives on the planet Earth in a small spaceship from the middle of nowhere. And he arrives in this town, Smallville, crashing in to Jonathan and Martha Clark's farm, and they find this young baby. And they accept this baby, take them into their household and raise him. And they raise him and give him the name Clark. They accept him and just bring him into the family. And as he grows up, he doesn't really know his backstory. He doesn't know really where he's from. All he knows is the love of Jonathan and Martha. And as he grows up, he starts to discover that he's different. He's not like everybody else around him, and he seems to have these special powers that makes him different. And as he's growing up, he tries to hide these until the point that he realizes that he is different and he should use these gifts for good. Later on, he finds out that actually he's from an alien planet, Kryptonite, and it no longer exists anymore. And he has this identity that his name is actually Kal-El. So his origin story is not the one he told, but now it's been informed by going back and understanding where he is from. And I encourage you to try and find out what your story is, because as he knows who he is and how he's different, he has a choice to make. How do I use my superpowers to serve those around me? And he makes that decision to serve those around him. As he grows up in that world of injustice, and we live in a world that is changing, a world that is uncertain, and I wonder what it is that is being called of you. So I ask you to think about your origin story, because it's really important. Think about where you're from. Think about how your views of leadership were defined as you grow up. What were the stories you were told by your parents, your friends, your teachers? What are your unique gifts and superpowers? How and where will you use them? And who will you serve? These are some questions I'd like you to think about as we go on and think about what leadership means. So some of the stories that we are told as we grow up and in society is that leadership is about being an expert. We need to get our technical knowledge together, and we need to be able to answer the questions people have of us. We need to be able to solve problems. We need to provide solutions. We need to be in control and have an answer to everything. We should also be very decisive and being able to make decisions under quick conditions when we don't have all the information. And we're also told maybe that leaders need to be personally responsible. These are some of the more generalized things that we learn through society. But again, I ask you to think about your own personal story in terms of leadership. This is where I'd like to share my own story with you. So I mentioned my own personal leadership story and the need for us to understand our origin narrative that informs the leadership theory that we have. So this is a very simple exercise that I invite you to be able to do in your own time, maybe after this talk, and really reflect on how has your leadership theory been informed over the years. Simple exercise to draw a straight line over the years, as you can see, and think about where your origins are. So let me share you a little bit about my own beliefs of leadership and where they've come from. So the first belief that I have is leadership's about hard work and sacrifice. Even before I was born, my mum tells me this story, and she recounts this story of when she was 9 years old and my grandfather passed away. My grandmother remarried and she had 3 more children. And as a result of that, my mother had to leave school at a young age and didn't have the opportunity to fully get an education. In order to support her family, she had to work, and she had to sacrifice a lot of things. She'd worked as a seamstress in a factory. She worked in a farm picking fruit. But she always tells me that, you know, life is hard and it does require sacrifice for the people around you. So this is one of the beliefs that I do carry forward, is that, you know, I need to work hard. And at times I do need to sacrifice things in order to work hard enough for those people around me. Second belief, as you can see from here, is a story my father told me. So I believe that leadership is about taking risks and seizing opportunities. At a young age of 23, my father, coming from a family of 7, had the opportunity to go to the UK. His older brother, my uncle, was asked to go to the UK from Hong Kong with some family friends to start a new life. Things in Hong Kong weren't going great, and there wasn't much opportunity and there wasn't much food. He didn't want to go because he just got married. So the responsibility came to my father, and he decided to take a risk. So he went to the UK to start a new life with a one-way ticket, a little bit of money in his pocket, one suitcase, and a phone number where he could call and get a job in the UK. So he started a new life, which meant that I now in the UK have lived and been educated and had the opportunity to just change my life. So that's my second belief. My third belief is one about lifelong learning and education. Education gives you a choice. And this is a story that my mother told me when I was younger, because we grew up in a family business, a Chinese takeaway restaurant, where life was hard. They had to work antisocial hours, and I grew up in that family business. And my parents as immigrants couldn't really help me with my education. So my mother told me this story. You know, you can work hard with your education because we can't help you. And with your education, you can either choose to hold a wok or you could hold a pen. And you could be the one that's telling people what to do or be the one that's being told what to do. And this story sticks with me in terms of why education is really important. So as a leader, leadership and growth is always about learning continuously to grow. My fourth belief about leadership is all about experimentation and trying new things. I remember my physics teacher, Mr. Burton. I was 16 years old, and all I wanted to do really was actually go into the family business. But he told me, you know, you should continue, you should try new things, because you can always go back to that. But you should continue with your education. And he invited me to attend something called an Outward Bound program. I'm not sure if you have these, but it was an experiential 2 weeks where you go off into forests, you do various different things, you reflect and you discover yourself. And it was an amazing opportunity to go and try something new. I experimented with it, came back, and it gave me a new lease of life. Because with that experiment, I learned that, yeah, I could do something different, but equally I could go back to the family business at any point. So my fifth point here, about making decisions. This was when I went to university. I originally went to university to study Chinese and management. Why? Because my parents wanted me to do this. They wanted me to learn Chinese and understand my culture, but also do something with commerce, as they believed as an entrepreneur you needed to study something to make money. I did that for 3 weeks. And what I discovered is I didn't enjoy wanting to study to learn the Chinese. What I wanted to do was study psychology. I made a choice that my parents didn't like, and I decided to change course to do management and psychology. At that time, who would know what job opportunities that would present? Why am I telling you this? Because I have a belief that leaders need to make decisions which may not be popular with the people, those around you. They may not always encourage you or support you, but there are times when you need to make your own choices and stand by them. What else in terms of my own beliefs and my story of leadership? Finding your roots and knowing your true identity. So I grew up as an immigrant in the UK, Chinese by ethnicity, but essentially British. At the age of 23, I left the UK and I went back to Hong Kong, where my parents are from, to find my roots. There was a sense of knowing my identity. I wanted to know what it was like to engage with my Chineseness. And this is something that's an ongoing journey for leaders. And it's important, especially during times of uncertainty, to know who you are. What is your identity and who is it grounded in, or what is it grounded in? And this is something I'll come back to later on as we talk more about knowing yourself and when is the time to change. What else has built up my views of leadership? Building resilience. So I spent time in Hong Kong during 1997 through to 2005. And during that time, Asia went through a number of crises. First of all, there was the Asian financial crisis, and then there was SARS. During the Asian financial crisis I was working, I had my first experience of either losing my job and being made redundant or to take a salary cut. This was about a long-term game in being resilient. And the manager that I had at the time, he was an amazing leader because he gave us a choice. He brought all of the staff in together and said that the company wasn't doing very well, and we had a choice. He'd have to make redundancies, and some people would have to leave us, or we could collectively decide to take a pay cut. This was my very first job in a major way, and to be honest, I wasn't looking forward to taking a 25% pay cut. But in order for us all together to remain working and to share the burden, that's what I did. Not something I would like to do again, but a lesson that I was taught about being resilient. And the lessons that I learned living in Hong Kong during SARS as well have also been really important in today's context in helping me gain perspective in terms of what's going on. What else do I believe? Well, it was around about 2004 when I was reaching the age of 30 that one of my beliefs is around having faith. This is when I came to my faith, and it gave me this understanding that there is a greater purpose in my life and that I have eternal hope. This is one of the key elements of what I believe now about leadership, is that we need to have hope. And we have this opportunity to bring that hope to others in times of uncertainty, in times of doubt. We have a place where we can go to find that assurity. Having faith enables you to have a greater purpose. What else? Again, another belief that I have is traveling. Traveling allows you to appreciate the diversity that's out there. There's many things that you can learn, but being with people, appreciating their differences, understanding who they are, allows you to have a greater perspective. The challenges that we face today cannot be solved by heroes. They require us to engage with other people and see different perspectives to gain that opportunity for creativity and innovation. And finally here, just a few elements in terms of some of my beliefs, is about being integrated and being relational, having a deep sense of connection with those you care about. I didn't always believe this. I thought I could do it myself, and it led to me having burnout. I don't wish that on anybody when you rely upon yourself. Really important to understand those around you and a greater purpose, and to balance your success and what you want to achieve in life with knowing who you are and your family. So this is just a quick example that I share with you about my own story of leadership and where some of my beliefs have come from. So as I mentioned before, I encourage you to take time. What is your leadership story? What is your origin story? And what are some of the things that have informed how you now think about leadership? So you're aware of the point in which you may need to transition. For unless we know where we're starting from, it makes it very difficult for us to then move to somewhere we might want to be. So we've covered the first point I wanted to talk about in terms of knowing your story. And I gave you an example of my own personal story and beliefs. And I hope that you'll have a clearer sense of what drives you and where your story comes from. So that when we think about our next point, which is knowing the context, knowing your context, you'll have a sense of how relevant things are and the way you are now in that situation. So what is your context? What is our context? We often talk about living in a VUCA world, and this is pointing to the uncertainty that Ben was asking me to talk to you about. You know, it's a world that is volatile. The speed of change that we experience now has never been greater, as they always say. And it's this challenge of the speed of change that requires us to really be aware of what's going on. It is an uncertain world in terms of our ability to confidently predict the future. And I'll come back to this in terms of us being confident about our future. It's very complex. The number of factors that we need to take into account now in terms of the elements that help make us make decisions is immense. There are so many differences and interconnected elements, both globally and with each other and between other stakeholders that we exist in, that makes it very complex. It's also ambiguous. You know, our ability to interpret data, what's true, what's false. I'm sure you're on social media and this fake news that we look at. Where do we get our sources of information and what's real for us? And this other point that people start to talk about now is a world that is a VUCA world, one that's digital and disrupting as well. With technology, it brings us opportunity, but it also presents a lot of challenges, both within society, as I've already mentioned, maybe with some data, but also in terms of our lifestyles, how people can be addicted to social media. What is it doing in terms of changing the nature of our virtual and real relationships? So I invite you to consider your context. I've worked with leaders that are great in change. They love to come up with ideas and they're able to G people up and engage them in a way that allows them to galvanize people to move with them. I've equally worked with leaders that are great in a crisis, that are very clear in terms of telling people what they need to do. But I wonder, what's the leadership that's required for the times that we live in now? Have you thought about your context in terms of what's going on as a result of the recent virus? I think about my own context, and I operate in a world now where I'm not quite sure who I'm actually going to encounter when I speak to somebody. When I work with my team, I don't know who's showing up. Some people may have loved ones that have died. I know of people that I've had conference calls with, and just before the day, they've had an elderly parent pass away, not being able to go to their funeral, and then still come and attend a work call. There are people in the UK with this homeschooling that have children at home. So what capacity do they have to bring to work with you when you think about how you lead with the people around you, but also your own situation? What do you have available to you to be able to continue to lead in the context that you exist? Are you in a market that is growing? There are plenty of opportunities. Zoom, for example, I read that in the UK in February there was about 600,000 users, and now there's 13 million. So are you in that pivot point of an opportunity in a market that's growing? Or are you working in an industry maybe that is struggling, that is going through decline? Restaurants, bars, retail, these are just a number of sectors in the UK that have found it very, very difficult. Why do I tell you these things? Because it's important to understand your context. Because leadership is contextual. Now you know your story. Is it a story that's going to allow you to lead in a way that fits the context, what's required of you? And that's what we will need to understand, and about our awareness of who we are, so that we can decide where we want to pivot. So far then, we've spoken about knowing our story, and we've spoken about knowing our context. So what I'd like you to think about now is actually something that's really crucial in terms of knowing yourself. It's something that's often talked about in terms of leadership. And I want to invite you to think about how we are not only rational, but we are also emotional beings. And there's a wonderful quote from the CEO of Hanover Insurance, Bill O'Brien, that I want to share with you. The success of an intervention depends on the interior conditions of the intervener. What does that actually mean? So as leaders, we are constantly trying to influence people for change. We're trying to motivate people to take actions which they're not necessarily on their own take. So we're intervening. So what he's essentially saying here is the impact of that intervention, the impact of our leadership depends very much on our interior conditions, that of the intervener. So unless we are very aware of our internal condition, it makes it very difficult for us to lead. And this is especially in the case of uncertainty, because during uncertainty, if we deny the way it makes us feel, it denies our humanity. What I want to invite you to think about is actually what happens beneath the ocean. So when you think about this analogy, I like to use it a lot in terms of the metaphor of an iceberg. People can see a little bit about who we are above the water. And as a leader, there is so much more going on. This is the invitation about knowing your story. There are so many layers of what we believe, which we may not necessarily know. There are truths and there are falsehoods. There is hope and there is fear. And to deny the anxiety that comes about through change is to deny the emotional side of understanding how we can actually transition through and grow in these times of uncertainty. So I invite you to think about this, because it's not something that's talked an awful lot about during leadership, because we don't like to reveal some of our humanity, our vulnerabilities, our concerns. The word in itself, anxiety, is not something that's talked about an awful lot. But I assure you, it's something that I feel an awful lot, particularly in these times now. Despite having hope, I, being human, experience this anxiety, and I'm sure you do at times. And it's understanding this and being aware of these sensations, what's going on for you, that can use as a guide and a compass as to what is it informing you. For there's plenty in data about your interior condition, which we are inviting you to understand. By knowing more about yourself and your awareness of these sensations, it will help you make choices. If you look in the dictionary for the word uncertainty, you'll find that it's talking about a state of being uncertain. But a word that's often used as well is doubt. And I don't know about you, but when I've been in uncertain times, there are times when I begin to doubt myself. And as we've talked about, thinking about decisions we need to make in uncertainty, where it's a complex world, I wonder, what are the times when you've experienced a little bit of doubt? Has that stopped you from making decisions? Has it been paralyzing in terms of trying to second guess whether you should do something? I often find this when I speak to people that are thinking about maybe changing a job. Pros, cons, what do I do? So there's an element of actually encouraging yourself to understand whether doubt is healthy and it supports you to make a decision, or whether doubt is something that is debilitating you and preventing you from moving forwards. And I want to share a little model from some of my colleagues at Oxford University who did some research specifically into this topic when they were working with CEOs, just to emphasize this piece about knowing yourself and why tapping into those sensations is really important. So when my colleagues spoke to a number of CEOs, they came up with this model in terms of harnessing the power of doubt. And essentially when they spoke to these CEOs, they talked about this sense of discomfort and whether it was something that was making them feel anxious, or sometimes when it was absent and they felt really confident. So this dimension of fearlessness and anxiety, which is why I've invited you so far through this conversation to really tune in to notice, what is it that's servicing? Is it something about being overconfident, or is there something niggling at you that makes you feel uncomfortable? So you're able to tune in. They then talked about their experience of when it was a situation where they knew what was going on, but they were anxious and not able to make a decision, or where they didn't know. And again, this piece about being in uncertainty. So how do I take action if I'm in an unknown situation and I'm feeling anxiety? So as you can see here, there are problems and opportunities that we encounter where we may already know what the solution is. And our anxiety that's stopping us from making a decision requires us to get validation. We are humans, and sometimes we can doubt ourselves, but need some support from those around us who maybe have been there before, just to validate what we're doing. So if we're making a choice that we're not sure about, speaking to somebody as a mentor or somebody outside who may have done this before allows us to move beyond feeling anxious, to move forwards. And take that confidence knowing others have been there, which is why I invite you to think about who are the people around you who could speak into you and give you that support. It's it's great always to have a mentor in your life. Staying with the anxiety of not knowing through uncertainty and change can often cause paralysis in terms of decision making, which I've mentioned before. So if we don't really know, what the great successful CEOs did was they continued to learn. They sought out information they wouldn't necessarily normally read. They spoke to people that they'd not normally speak to gain information, to learn more about the situation before making a decision, but to get more information in a point that is distinguishing and different for you. So another strategy to move forward, gaining more awareness of what's coming. So trying to get a bit of a radar in terms of what are some of the themes to explore what might be coming along the horizon. But equally, the absence of doubt, particularly during uncertain times, can be very dangerous. So when we think we know and we're feeling very confident about a decision, what the best CEOs did was they invited challenge. And I ask you to think about this, because sometimes we can just feel so confident and think we've seen something before, or trust our gut instinct to go with it, when actually it's important to ask people to challenge our thoughts, invite a devil's advocate, get a different perspective and invite challenge. For those that are very sure and very confident, can often make mistakes by thinking we are those superheroes that I spoke about earlier on. The world and the challenges that we face now are very complex. Therefore, it makes sense to check out what it is that we're thinking to ensure that we value that diversity of thinking that I mentioned, that I got from traveling around. And finally, this other quadrant that they talk about is having this confidence when you don't know what's going on and just trusting your gut instinct. On the one hand, it's important to have some confidence, but equally it can be quite dangerous to shoot from the hip and be a bit of a maverick. So in these situations, it's important to take on some of the traditional risk management strategies, to think about gathering some more data, to slow down. The most important thing that I'm inviting you to think about when you experience doubt and uncertainty is to slow down. We often feel that we have pressure to move forwards and take action, but in terms of very complex, uncertain situations, it's important to seek advice, to slow down, to discern and to notice. So as you take a few breaths now, do you notice what sensations are going on inside of you? Are you able to tune into your feelings? The energy that you have, is it one of moving forwards and excitement, or is it one that's just niggling you? For these little sensations help inform us and guide us and protect us. So we've covered 3 of the 4 areas that I wanted to share with you today. The first one being knowing your story. So knowing what's guided and formed your leadership theory. The stories you were told about your identity as a leader and what makes you who you are. We've looked at knowing your context, because we all operate in a different situation. Uncertainty means different things to us, and so the factors around us that are uncertain are also different. And it's really important that we understand this context so that the leadership that we demonstrate and how we change to grow suits that situation and enables us to continue to thrive. We've also talked about knowing yourself, so gaining a greater awareness of our interior condition, so that as leaders, when we start to intervene and become more and more relevant and shift and pivot to enable us to be successful, we know where we are coming from. What is it that we have in terms of our capacity not to be anxious to enable us to thrive? So the final area that I want to cover with you is actually knowing when to change. When do we pivot, and how can we know? So knowing when to pivot can be quite a challenge, because the way we see the world is not the way others see us. I like this Peanuts cartoon because it just reveals a little bit about how when we look at other people and they're no longer being successful, or when they're doing things well, we attribute more to the external environment than we do for ourselves. So when things go wrong for others, we think it's them. When things go right for others, we think there's more environmental factors. And it's the flip side for ourselves. So when things are going well, it's a lot to do with how awesome we are. And then when things don't go so well, it's the environment, isn't it? And it's this difference in our ability to see what's going on for ourselves that presents a challenge for knowing when to pivot. We may not be able to see it, or we may not listen to when others try to give us some advice. So knowing when can be quite difficult because of the way we see the situation. To help us think through when is the right time to pivot, I wanted to introduce a metaphor that I was introduced to, known as the S-curve. So as you can see here, there's a series of different S-curves, and it's just a natural phenomenon across all walks of life in all situations. If we think about it in terms of organizations as they grow, you see at the beginning of the curve, it's a startup, it takes a while with the idea, and then as it proceeds, it starts to scale up, and you get an accelerated growth in terms of the organization. It starts to mature as in its markets, as it grows, and then it starts to decline if it doesn't continue to innovate. So at the point where you are growing, it's often also the most difficult time to find the next opportunity, so we continue to grow over time. And this is something I want to encourage you to think about when we're talking about pivoting for growth in times of uncertainty, because it is uncertain when we reach a certain place where maybe we're more comfortable as to where we might need to pivot next. So if we apply this S-curve idea to ourselves, often when we're in a new role or a new situation, we're a little bit inexperienced and we're learning. So it takes a while for us to build that confidence, to really know that we're on the right track. But as we continue to grow and gain more confidence and competence, we become much more engaged, and we are growing. We are starting to perform and be successful in the situation. And as a leader, that's a great place to be. But as we continue to master what's going on, we may reach a point where we're no longer growing, or we may reach a point where we're no longer relevant for the situation because the context may have changed. And it's this point of disruption when we need to think about, well, what is the next opportunity to pivot for growth? And where is that coming from? It requires us to take a leap of faith in terms of what's the next place to go to. Otherwise, we may end up in decline. So this challenge of when to pivot for growth is a very complex one, because A, we may not know where the next opportunity is in terms of a curve for growth. B, we may have got comfortable in terms of where we are, and therefore not needing to see the reason or the need to change. So I invite you to think about this sensation that I've been talking about again. Have you got too comfortable? Are things, as you see them, going in a way that you actually enjoy, but actually the world around you may well be changing? So have you become comfortable, for people like myself, delivering work in a classroom, and now suddenly the world is requiring us to go virtual? Doing this session with you has been an interesting journey for me as I continue to learn to operate in a virtual world. So as you think about pivoting, I invite you to think about how much is the context around you shifting and requiring you to grow? How much are you still feeling stretched in terms of what you were doing? Because these are good indications as to maybe it's a time to pivot. And are you pivoting from a position where you're feeling strong and confident? Or are you pivoting from a position where you're anxious and fearing? Because these are good indications. And I'd invite you to think about the opportunity to pivot when it's the right time, and when you're pivoting from a place of confidence and comfort. So we've covered a bit of ground today across this topic of pivoting for growth in uncertainty. And I want to just reflect and summarize a few things as I take it away, and hope there are a few messages that you will take away as well. So knowing our story, what are some of the things that have got us to where we are in terms of how we currently think about our identity as leaders? It's something that's really important to bear in mind. And as people of faith, one of the things I'd encourage you all to think about is, our identity as children. And that is something that will really stand us in good stead, no matter where we are and in what times we may encounter. And in terms of knowing the context, this is a fallen world and things are very crazy at the moment. And it's important just to know what is happening. And in order for us to do that, the old ways of being a superhero, leading through expertise and having the answer to everything, is just not possible. So given the complexity, I encourage you to invite others into your life, to think about how you host diversity, how you inquire and understand other people's points of view. For being able to listen and be curious will really help find a sense of what is happening in the landscape around us. And in terms of knowing ourselves, getting really clear about what is our core purpose. For we have been gifted uniquely to be a part of this world, and there is a calling for each and every one of us. So how can we manage those fears and anxieties when we encounter them and find peace? So I encourage you to go to the Father to find your peace in these times, to get clearer about the identity and your awareness of what is happening inside you. And finally, this time of when to pivot. This is a time when we notice the uncertainty around us, when we feel things may not be going for us, to rest, to find a place of stillness, to come before and listen, to discern what is the next opportunity. For there is an invitation always out there to do the works that the Father is asking us to do. So I pray that you will really find yourself in these times, that you will be able to take away something from this conversation. I hope that it will not take 7 years for me to see you again, and that you would enjoy the rest of your leadership conference. You'd be the leader you're being called to be, and I know the difference that you'll make in the world. So thank you, and enjoy the rest of your time.
Thank you everyone for being with us throughout today's first session. It's been beyond amazing. Thank God for your presence and thank God for a wonderful time. Okay, we've had soul-lifting worship sessions with our brother, Oche King, and the worship team. We've had a superlative, amazing experience with Fela Durotoye and wonderful business insights from Simon Lau. This session has been wonderful. We've also talked about the amazing time we had with the panel discussants, giving us tips and wonderful insights on how to transform our space. This time has been awesome. Okay, so we'll be taking a break now and we'll return at 5. When we come back at 5, we'll be breaking into the master classes. Now, for you to have access to the master classes, you would have registered for this conference on www.joshualeadership.org. Now, if you did not register, you may not be able to enter the master classes. Okay, now you could call your friend, send the link to your friend, joshualeadership.org. Get in, register for the master classes. I promise it's going to be a wonderful time. You're going to have 6 different master classes with amazing global world-class speakers. The topics will be covering career, it will be covering business, it will be covering personal transformation, digital transformation, leadership, it will be covering church and ministry. You would love to be in these sessions. I guarantee you will have an amazing time. So see you at 5 and please be on time. Invite your friends. God bless you. Thank you.